I have to remember what I even made. Did I, at the end, give myself a list of what needs to be made? Yeah, I think I did. Because let's see, scrubbing through. Just scrubbing through, we did bees. We did, yeah, so there's bees. Puppets. We did puppets already. We did ghosts. We did Zeph. We did aquatic, or is this snow? This is ice snow. And then I think we did aquatic. Yeah. And then we did Invisi. Okay. So what we have to do, liberator and tamers. And then we go EX11 just to kind of see where we are on the docket as everyone's coming in. EX11. All right. So we have the big man himself, Owen. Then we have Ryutaro. Where's Ryutaro? There you are. We have Ryutaro with dinosaurs. Then we have probably my favorite, which is going to be Rocks and Minerals, because Rocks and Minerals is kind of just nuts. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on Galacti, but we could attempt him. Then we have Yuki, and we have Unchained. Because I know technically, we could take a look at Lucimon, and we could take at Diaboromon, but these are more like one-card updates. We also could take a look at Nightmare Soldiers, but I would probably put those three on the back burner, because I would rather just put my attention into finishing these up for today. So I guess the first place that we should probably start with is going to be the big deck. The one that a lot of people are probably extra super curious about. What are we crafting? We're finishing the core Liberator cast. I have a part 1 where I went and kind of just did a rough overview and exploring of a lot of the Liberator characters and the Liberator decks more specifically. So this is going to be the continuation, and then depending on the timing of everything, we might be able to look at some of the Digimon live stream, and then we also might be able to get in some games on the simulator. So that's kind of the game plan for today. What's left? Dinos, Medusa, Zephica, Ex Machina. No, as I was explaining, it is Unchained, Yuki. So I think these are like the core decks that are left. I'm not, oh, and Xeno. So I'm not really going to be touching on, technically there's Royal Knights, but I'm not going to be touching on that. So I'll leave Lucimon, Royal Knights, Nightmare Soldiers, and Millennium for probably like a different stream just to kind of wrap things up. But these are the cores that I want to look at today and experiment with. So that's kind of the game plan for today. And hopefully I won't need to take a food break, maybe outside of like a snack. Because I just had breakfast. It wasn't that much. It was just some scrambled eggs and sausage. Because unfortunately the tortillas that I bought kind of just fell apart. So I tried to do like scrambled eggs and make it into like a breakfast taco, and then the tortillas didn't want to cooperate. So I think the one we should probably start with it's going to be either Owen or Unchain. Like, what do you think I should start with between the two, Owen and Unchain? I think Unchain is going to be probably the easier deck to build because there's, like, probably not a lot going on with it in terms of build variance. I mean, sure, you could add in a couple of, like, niche tech cards here and there, but, like, I think the core of the deck is, for the most part, pretty simplistic, so I guess we should probably start with this, and then transition into Owen. So, if that's the case, then let's start off with the simplest thing we could possibly do. We need green and black. Throw in every single one of his cards. Oh, this the what? The what's it? What? Why is the website? All right, hold on. I wanted this for presentation, but that's fine. I guess we're gonna have to swap to this. Yeah. Let's go card set. Where's EX11? EX11. Search. And then color. Green and black. Oh, I didn't literally mean all the green and black cards. Okay. So, if we're going to be starting things right, we're probably going to start off with the basic rookie ratio of 12 Machinamon. I don't remember Machinamon in another release. No, he didn't get any. Like, this is the first time we're seeing the card. And I kind of like the concept of him being, like, the bridge between Digimon and apps, except he's not exactly, like, the bridge between Digimon and apps. Lore-wise, he kind of is, but then we get to play 4 of every single one of his cards. Oh, well. And now we swap over to the black side. And there you are. Nope, that's Galacti. There you are. All right. And then we just need him and the flick. And memory boost. Oh, I had, not EX11. So, this is probably the bare bones. So, this is probably the most bare bones version of the deck, like, template, boilerplate, vanilla, whatever you want to call it. This is probably the most vanilla version of what the deck is trying to do. So we got Flickmon. That's when attacking, this Digimon can link into one of these guys. Then when we link, what's his link? When this Digimon would leave the battle area by placing one linked card as the bottom Digivolution source, it does. Okay, so the idea is we're going to sit on a Digimon, we're going to swing, link into a Machinamon for free, and then ideally the protection that Machinamon is going to give whatever Digimon we're using makes it so that we could actually build our stacks properly. So that's kind of like just reading these two cards, the goal and objective of the deck. We get Turbo, where we get a link with a Machinamon from this hand or Digivolution source, so that way we could Digivolve into the Raising, move out, get the link, and we don't necessarily need to rely on the attack unless we want to re-up the link. So that's kind of neat. When this card gets linked, if we have one or fewer Tamers, we get to play an Unchain from our hand or trash. So that's really good. I think this basically does the same thing. This is on play when Digivolving. So the green side, you actually want to Digivolve in your Raising with. The black side, you want to hard play onto the field. We get to link a Machinamon from our hand or Digivolution source. And then same thing, when it gets linked, play an Unchain. Flickmon links? Yeah. When attacking, this Digimon link. Oh, this Digimon linked with Machinamon. Never mind. It's just reducing the Digivolution on attack if I linked. Okay. My bad. I thought it allowed us to link and reduce the link by 2. That would be broken, but I guess getting a reduced Digivolution cost is pretty good as well. But yeah, it's all about Machinamon's protection, regardless. So you have your level 4s that are setting up your links. Then you have Maneuvermon. When moving, when Digivolving, we get a link. And then when this Digimon gets linked, suspend one of their Digimon, and they can't unsuspend. And then when this Digimon deletes an opponent's Digimon by battle, unsuspend it. So multi-attacking shenanigans, which is always good. This is when this card gets linked, delete one of the opponent's Digimon with a play cost of 5 or less, which is okay. And then when an opponent's Digimon attacks, we could change the attack target, so the defensive backbone. Then we get Dolphmon, who is a Vortex. Yeah, so these are machines, these are beasts. This is a composite. Are all of these Liberator? Yeah, they're literally all Liberator. Okay. So we could use, like, generic Liberator searching tools if we want to try to, like, fix up the deck ratios. So we got Dolphmon, who could assembly with a whole bunch of Machinamons. So if our Machinamons end up in our trash, that's not that big of a deal. How much is he going to be costing? -5, so 7 for a hard play of a level 6 Digimon. That's not terrible. It also has an alternative Digivolution cost with a Machinamon in its text, so it could Digivolve on top of any. It's funny that this card does have Vortex. So, like, you could potentially think about running Shoto in it just for the Vortex synergy. And he's green. On play when Digivolving, when attacking, we get to suspend 2 of the opponent's Digimon or Tamers. Then one of their Digimon or Tamers can't unsuspend. Then when another one of our Digimon Digivolves into a black Digimon with Machinamon in its text. At the end of a turn, one of our... Okay, so he's enabling... So we want to get up into Dolphmon quickly, because at the end of our turn, he allows us to Digivolve. One of your other Digimon may Digivolve into a black Digimon with Machinamon in its text from our hand for free. Yeah. So it very feels like you want to build green in Raising, move out on maneuver. Either that or, yeah, you want to, like, build green in your raising, end on a Dolphmon, hard play a black Digimon, and then use Dolphmon to Digivolve up. Then we got Metromon. What's up, Green Hill? One card I was hoping would be better. The one card I was hoping would be better than it turned out was Digimon Liberator. Oh, that card was always destined to be bad because delay options are a thing. Like, unfortunately. Or this Digimon linked with Machinimon. Yeah, so we could swing with Maneuver, Digivolve into a Dolph. That's kind of neat. To kind of try to preserve tempo. Then we have Metro. This allows us to de-Digivolve 2, and then at the end of our turn, one of our other Digimon... Okay. So that's the combo. So at the end of our turn, one of our other Digimon may Digivolve into a green Digimon with Machinimon in its text. Because I think you can DNA using this ability. So the idea is build up a single one, hard play the other, and then use the ability to DNA, right? Unfortunately, we can't chain the end of turns. So we can't be like end of turn, Digivolve here, then so we would go up into here, hard play this, then use this to Digivolve here, but unfortunately we don't get the other end of turn effect. If I'm thinking about that correctly. So we would ideally want to use this ability to get Metro to DNA us into an Ex Machina. Also, not much is up. You're going to bed soon? That's fair. I just woke up. I just ate breakfast. And here I am. Unfortunately, we can't. That's, I mean, we could always test it. Like, just put ourselves in a scenario where Dolphmon hard plays Metro. And then Metro, I believe, because we already entered end of turn, we shouldn't technically get this effect. Unless it already existed on the field at end of turn. Then both of them would trigger at the same time. But because one would have already triggered, that means we already entered that state, so we would miss out on the ability. That's, like, at least how I think it works. Then we have Cool Boy. So, this card allows us to have Link +2, so it gives us 3 Machinimons that it could link with. When Digivolving, if DNA'd, we get a link up to 3 Machinimon cards from our hand or trash. Oh, wait. Or trash. That's pretty good. To this Digimon's Digivolution source. End of the opponent's turn. For each linked card, we trash the top of their security and return one of their Digimon to the bottom of the deck. Then we have Unchained, which is the Minds Linker. End of your turn. 2 of our Digimon may DNA Digivolve. Yeah, so, okay. So, if we do have, like, Dolph and Unchain, then we are able to, like, hard slam Metro and then end of turn DNA. Or, like, we could hard slam Mockingbird, use Dolph to Digivolve into Metro, and then if an Unchained already was on the field, then we should be able to end of turn DNA. And then this Tamer can Mind Link while it can Mind Link with Machinimon texted Digimon. So this is just a generic card that could search out both colors pretty cleanly. And then Cool Boy is another searching tool for specifically Liberator traded cards. So I guess we could see what other, like, Liberator options there are. See if anything, like, is worth considering. Because, I mean, there is Vortex Resonance, and then there is Digimon Liberator. But I feel like Cool Boy basically is just a better Digimon Liberator. Because Cool Boy doesn't need us to have a tamer. This does. Oh, this also just... Okay, so... Never mind. This also could work with Digimon, which everything in the deck pretty much is a Liberator. So that's regardless. We get to play... So... Yeah, this would just allow us to play a Machinamon. So we get to use this to search, add one of them to our hands, the rest to the bottom, and then play a Machinamon. So that's all this card's allowing us to do. Yeah, we're still just better off with Cool Boy at that point. We have Vortex Resonance, where we get to reveal the top 3, add a Liberator among them, and then this just allows us to try to cheese Digivolving, which is not... It's okay. Like, I would still just rather have Chrome Memory Boost. Hold up, I'm seeing the combos. Which combos? If we were running any of, like, the specific ones, these would be pretty funny. Dragonkin or Reptile. Unfortunately, we are machines. Actually, if we're machines, let's go Tamers. Does Altia work with it? What does the new Altia do again? Oh, there's the Altia. If your opponent has a Digimon, flip a security on play, or if they have a Digimon, gain a memory. On play, we get to flip one of the opponent's security, and then when one of our Cyborg attacks, we get to suspend this tamer and then Digivolve into a Cyborg or machine traded card from our hand, and for each face-up security, reduce the Okay, so it's just... It can work, it's just very cumbersome. Because we could use it technically with the Mockingbird line. But it can technically work. For consistency, BT24 Eliza could be a consideration. And Grave Setup. Yeah, like, none of the other Tamers are really playing along with Liberator stuff more specifically. This is all puppets. We're in Beasts. Eliza. Oh, too many E's. And also not a Tamer. Where's BT24? That's BT24. I could see it. The only unfortunate thing is the fact that it doesn't have Machinamon in its text. So we're still just kind of better off running more Machinamons. Like, I don't particularly think the deck cares that much about the Machinamons in the trash until, like, mid to late game. Altia's Emblem. Yeah, that could at least search out, like, these. You could kind of just run, like, a little Altia package. But unfortunately, like, playing the Altia... Like, not being able to play the Altia for free kind of just ruins the viability of using this in here. Like, you could, like, remove the Chrome Memory Boosts and the Cool Boys and set up a little, like, Altia package just to have consistency with the Liberator trait, but the only thing that's not Liberator in this deck right now is the Chrome Memory Boosts. Is there anything with Beasts? When any of your Digimon digivolves into a bird, beast, alien, by returning this, then this might be something. Oh, trash. We just need like a simple, like we need kind of like a Mirai. That would be really good for like just a simple draw two trash one. I don't think there's a generic tamer that would allow us to do that. Oh, Louis. Not this Louis, but the other Louis. Like, have a small Uko package. That's also a thing that we could do. If only the deck could strap bombs to itself on its own turns, Analog would have been goated. Yeah. Analog's a good one. Like, I don't think necessarily you care too much about the fact that you're not gaining the value off the second half of the card. I think, like, the important part is the initial search and trash setup. So, like, you could probably consider running Analog over Cool Boy, but, like, Cool Boy is interesting because we could use the whole card consistently, because if the game plan is get up into one of these and then hard play a Digimon, this could at least reduce the Digivolution cost by 2, so it allows us to be able to do our things a little bit easier. And this also can work with setting up an Unchain if we don't have one. But Cool Boy's not a bad pick call out. So like if you want, you could run less Chrome Memory Boost for Cool Boy or something. If only these didn't work with Time Strangers. Because technically we could use Asuna as that generic on-play draw one, trash one, but I don't think that's worth it versus Cool Boy. Yeah, I don't know if Analog would be better than a Chrome Memory Boost or not. Pride Memory Boost. Reveal the top 3. The only problem with Pride is it's black and it requires a black, and this basically works with everything. Like, that's the only problem, is like this kind of just works with everything. I'm just trying to spice it up for not being the vanilla. And I'm trying to think, like, what other things we could possibly do outside of, like, the obvious. Because I think, like, the biggest issue with the deck probably is going to be finding and using the level 4s. That seems like that would be the tightest thing, because there's only, like, as you can see, there's only 8 level 4s that we can run. So we would want a black and green level 4 Digimon. Like, maybe just as a cute tech one of. Oh, I meant black and green. So we don't have good options, because these, yeah, it has to be black and green just to be able to do these. We don't really have that many great options. This unfortunately digivolves for a lot. Oh, they're all going to digivolve for a lot because it's 2 colors and that's how they were balancing stuff. This actually could be cute. Just because it has an on-delete save. Oh, but the cross hearts trait thing kind of ruins this. Never mind. We're not playing Digipolice. We're not doing Leomon shenanigans. This has Alliance. When an effect suspends another Digimon, then it gains plus 2,000. I don't think that's going to be super relevant. We could, like, run a Tech 1 of Gargamon if we really wanted to. I don't think that's great, but it's theoretically possible. Because this just digivolves for 3, and this just digivolves for 3. Because this is Royal Base specific. This is Digipolice and Seekers specific. Royal Base, Royal Base. Like, we could use them just for the inheritables, but at that point, like, maybe we are better off with Gargamon. Oh, it can only link with Machinamon text. So that does kind of just ruin the fact that, like, we could tech in, like, a Gargamon or something to make evolutions clean. So if it was... Actually, does that matter? Oh, it does, because when this Digimon linked with a Machinamon, then it could reduce. So, yeah, we can't use these. That's unfortunate. Alright. So, I guess the deck just literally can't run any additional level 4 Digimon, which kind of sucks. Always hitting on Liberator. Could play the B emblem. Oh, I'm at level 4 searching still. Duh. What does the B emblem do? So, this specifically lurks for Royal Base. Yeah, but it's the same issue. Like, literally, it's the same issue as Altia's. Where, like, if I don't have the proper color because these are monocolored, then these cards don't work. Then running their tamers are a little bit cumbersome to get the secondary part. Like, if I'm literally just looking for a 2 memory searching card, I would literally just rather, instead of the emblems, play Analog Youth. Like, that's probably just better than running any of the emblems, unfortunately. So there is a world where I could cut an Ex Machinamon for something. So, like, just for normal deck building ratios, like, I could cut an Ex Machina and then put in something else. But, yeah, I think because of the limited amount of tools that this deck actually has access to, like, probably just going vanilla might be the best approach. Like, you could play around with some of the ratios. Like, you could go down an Ex Machina. You might be able to go down, like, one of these. So, probably, like, a Metro, because I want to Digivolve into Dolph, and this card's, like, vastly more usable than this. But the D-Digivolve is still good. So, like, now I saved myself 2 card slots that I could potentially add something else in. So maybe I would just want, like, 2 analogs or something. Cut Ex Machina, and put in more Machina. Yeah, that's also a thing. Like, I could just run another one. Like, I could cut that out, so that way I see this once per game and then another Machina. So, like, maybe just a small ratio change might be better. Because if the expectation is I'm going to be using a Ex Machina once per game, And that means I only need Metro once per game, and I need to max out on, like, the one that I'm going to be using more often than not. I do kind of see value in Analog Youth, though. I really do like the idea of an Analog Youth. Just because, like, we do have Assembly, and this can help fill up Assembly. And it's also a 2-cost Searcher, which is really good, and the expectation is we're not going to be using the second part, but the second part could come up. Because this is just a basic searching tool, right? Yeah. So, something along these lines. Like, unfortunately, you do just kind of start with running 4 of everything, and then just maybe trim from there based on play and feedback. So maybe I would, like, just, again, for a vanilla deck, just run 13 Machina and then run an extra Cool Boy, just so that way I can see Cool Boy once per game, and then I have the extra Machina just to have for the linking and whatnot. So I think, like, maybe this is probably good. Once we get the where is it? Options. Like, once we get the 2-color trainings for, like, green-black, like, that's a card I would consider running in here. Because that card's kind of just absolutely nutty. So I would cut, like, a Cool Boy for, like, the green-black training. But we're not there yet. So, yeah, this is probably where I would start with the Ex Machina deck. And then we could, like, test it later. Alright. Now we got Medusa. So I'm pretty okay and comfortable with the Ex Machina in the way that I left it. And we could always revisit it. Like, obviously this is just base initial builds without any playtesting, because obviously playtesting will further figure out the kinks in the deck, so that way we could figure out what needs to actually go into the deck. And that's why playtesting is important, because sometimes ideas are better on pen and paper than they are in practice. Alright, so we have this deck. So we already have, like, our base build from the last format. So what are we actually doing that's different now? So we're definitely not playing this, because this only works with Tyrannomons and dinosaurs. So we have the new Eliza, which when moving on play, one of our Digimon with reptiles and dragonkin gains raid and plus 3000 DP for the turn. And then we have the consistency of the inheritable. Do all of them have that inheritable? This one doesn't. This is the one that doesn't. This is the Searcher. This discards us and draws cards, which is actually, like, really good. So I guess the big question is this card better than this card? I mean, I guess technically I could go, like, maybe down one on this, and squeeze 2 of this in. Totally, the new Eliza is better. I think because I'm on training cards, you're probably right about that. Because I don't necessarily think the DP is gonna, like, matter a whole lot. And then if we're just gonna move out and then completely go up the chain anyway, then we're already gonna have it off of this. So you're probably right there. I don't think we're gaining any DP any other ways, but we're just trying to delete the opponent's Digimon, so maybe we don't necessarily need the DP. I think, like, maybe keeping 1 in and then just playing 2, like, that's probably okay. Because I still see a world where this is, like, fine. It's just obviously less needed, especially if we have, like, proper setups. Do we have a new 4? I don't think we have a new 4. No. So if we don't have any new 4s, then our 4 lineup stays the same. Honestly, having all the memory inheritable gives you so much. Also, red scramble exists. Yeah, that's... Yeah, that's true. That's... we have the emblem and we have the maybe you're right. Maybe just taking this out completely is probably the play. Because I'm just trying to think of, like, when this type of a card is useful versus the other ones. That's kind of, like, my thing is, like, when would I want to use this card? And I think, like, this card is really good at making a comeback. So, like, this is kind of the card I would revive off of a scramble. So that way I could, like, digivolve up into my chain again. And even though I might not be attacking because the only thing that has rush is the cyclone. Unless this gives rush. No, this just gives progress. Yeah, so, like, the only thing that has rush is cyclone. I think, like, there are niche case uses where this is probably useful. So I probably would just keep it as a tech one of. But I do agree that this is probably just better than it. I think, like, just because of how high consistency of a game Digimon is, like, this ending up in my security with, like, them hitting a scramble or an emblem means that this card, off of, like, using all my resources because I already went up the chain once, definitely makes a comeback a little bit easier. If you're using Warp Lamia... Oh, that's also true, yeah. So, like, Warp Lamia with this also makes the comeback a little bit easier. So that's why I kind of like it. Like, I think this card's actually really good with the warps. And I think that's probably the initial design of these types of cards, is to be played in tandem with the warps. Like, Warp Lamia is just so good. This card's just disgustingly good. Alright. So onto the level 4s, because I think we're good on our egg, because our egg isn't changing because we don't have a new egg. We're keeping the consistency, and then we're just swapping the utility. Then we have our level 4s, so I think we have to keep the Cyclone, and then it's just what Demetros we're going to be running. Like, this is what we were running, so I think we maybe just continue to run the same. Like, maybe there is an argument to decrease a Cyclone by 1 and run another Demetra. So this is probably where I would want to go to Japanland and see. CG guide. We'll go to Japanland and see, because there's a lot of data on Japan. Because this deck, there's 21 versions of this deck that is topped in Japan. Alright, so what is Japanland doing? Somebody's actually running the Liberator option? That's wild. For search. So they're this person's one less rookie. They're also really spread out with theirs. How many are they running? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're running 9. I'm running 10, so I'm a little bit higher on my ratios. They're running 6 Owens. How many are we running? We're running 7. Yeah, that makes sense because that... Okay. 3 and 4? Yeah. Oh, they're running a lot more level 6s than we are. So they trimmed down to run level 6s. They're also running 8 level 5s, and they're running a arrestor. That's that build. Do we put in a Raging Serpentine? Like, we should probably, like, we have the ability to run a card like Raging Serpentine, or at the very least, we have Crimson Blazes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it seems like the average amount of tamers that people are running is like 6 or 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. Anyway. Sorry. I know, little cringe. How many emblems? They're usually running like 3 emblems. Where is their deck space? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, they're really low on theirs. So we could probably cut a Cyclone to make space. It seems like these two are the best 2 Demetras. So I know we have the new Medusa. Oh, the new Medusa has Rush also. Oh. The new Medusa has Rush. You can delete one of your opponent's Digimon with as much DP as this Digimon. Then, by returning 1 card from the opponent's trash to the bottom of their deck, create a Petrophy token. All turns, when this Digimon would leave the battle area, delete 1 token. It does not leave. So, we probably are running the new Medusa over this Medusa, but I still think this Medusa is kind of useful. Like, all of the Medusas are really useful. I think, like, just the prospect of the trash hate makes me like these a little bit more. Yeah. I'm just seeing what else they ran. Why are they running that Cyclone? 5? Yeah, that's probably correct. 6 Tamers. I guess, what does the new Owen do? That's an actual question we should think about. You want the DP gain Medusa over Vortex, so that's why you run 3. This one? Yeah, plus 2,000 DP. Oh, and by Vortex you mean the Rusher, yeah. I just hate that the fact that you use this card once, like it's only good for 1 single turn. That's like the only issue I have with this card is it's literally good for 1 turn. And then it does nothing. Like, where this is constantly having protection, constantly spawning bodies, and it still initially deletes something. Like, I do think DP is going to be incredibly important, which is also why I still like having this in here, but I also don't think we're going to hit the DP numbers where it's, like, reasonably going to matter for each of their Digimon. So, in best case scenario, this gives us plus 6,000, which means if we, again, best case scenario, go into Strachio, we're going to hit 20,000. And then if we have the Eliza with the inheritable plus 2,000, oh, well, that's where these come in. So we could hit, like, a max of 25, if that's the case. Because we also have this to be played off of the Lamia. So that's the design of these cards, is they want to be played off of the Lamia. Owen gives us DP. All turns. So does this replace the mem center that we currently are running? When your Digimon is played or digivolved, if any of them are Reptile or Dragonkin, by suspending this, draw 1. And then after that, one of our Digimon gains progress and plus 3000 DP. Yeah, I think they're trying to phase this one out. And I think that's correct. Because what are the other ones doing? So this gives us piercing, and then this gives us more DP. Yeah, I think because we have so many ways to delete their... like, we care more about deleting their tokens. And we have ways of just dealing with their Digimon where I reasonably don't think we need the old Owen, and this is probably just better. We probably would want to run 3 of it and then 2 of the others. Yeah, this gives us a little bit of access memory, which is good. And then it works with our whole, like, rush combos. Because we could also just hard drop this Medusa and then use Owen to rush for the game. So, like, this is still just a very important card. Then we also have this Owen. That sets up everything else. Yeah, I think that's good. So it's really just trying to fine-tune our ratios a little bit more. It triggers Emblem without attacking. Yeah. Doesn't this trigger Emblem without attacking? Yeah, this also triggers the Emblem without attacking. So we have plenty of Tamers to trigger the Emblem without attacking. So we could probably run like 1 less offense training for like a tech option if we wanted to. So I guess like the majority of the deck kind of just stays the same. You just run a little bit of the new Eliza. And then you also run the new Owen and the new Medusa. And that's pretty much the only real changes to the deck. Do we feel like we need any like spicy tech cards to add in? I think 3 swap out Owen. I think 3 of the swap out Owen is good because forcing the attack lets you enable progress before interacting with the opponent's board. When any of your suspends, this Digimon gets plus 3000, then it can attack. I could see it. I'm not super huge on these, though. Like, after playing Rocks and Minerals a lot, like, how many am I running in my Rocks and Minerals deck? Hold on. Let me bust that out. Ow. Alright, let me bust out my physical Rocks and Minerals deck, and I'm gonna count how many of those types of Tamers am I running. One, 2. I'm only running 2, chat. So that means we're running 2 of this. Ow. I scratched myself. That's not good. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Anyway, so I think because I'm only running 2 in Rocks and Minerals, I'm only going to be running 2 here. I feel like just having the extra utility, and this is the main card I want to see, very much echoes Rocks and Minerals. So that's kind of my own personal thought process. But like Tamer-wise, you could probably like run whatever combination of Tamers you want, as long as like you're running bare minimum these 2. I think like this one becomes more optional, but I still like the utility of it. Yeah, I scraped myself on my trade binder. I was reaching into the bag, and then my hand was just too close to the train binder, and it scraped. Broke some skin. Now I'm bleeding. But is there any other meaningful changes that we can make to this to make it better? Like I said, we could take out the offense training, and we could put in, like, a tech removal option, like a Crimson Blaze or a Raging Serpentine. But personally, I'm always a fan of the consistency. I think, like, Crimson Blaze is probably the call, though. Oh. Like, this card's just so good. Blood for the trade binder. Cards for the cardboard god. You need Raging and or Crimson for the current format? Yeah. I think I would rather just do Crimson, just because Crimson can shut down. Like, Blazing Serpentine is a really good card, but for all intents and purposes, it's basically just a Gaia Force, which actually might not be a bad thing. Like, in the current environment, like, it doesn't actually seem like it's bad. It's just deck space is so tight that, like, we reasonably can't run more than 1 or 2 removal options. Because, like, I could take out an Emblem to play another one of these, or take out, like, a Digimon somewhere to play another one, but, like, deck space, or even a Tamer. Like, I could just run 6 Tamers and then run, like, 1 and 1. Oh. What does Serpentine do? So, I get to delete one of my opponent's Digimon with the highest DP, and then this card goes into the battle area for its delay ability, where when an opponent's security stack is removed, I get to Digivolve one of my Digimon into a Reptile or Dragonkin from our hand for free. So, this is, like, one of the only ways that we're actually dealing with Vortex Dramon. I think maybe because of this card, this only gets us 1 protection unless, like, we have a way of playing out more tokens, or they're just naturally a token-based deck. Because I would like to potentially run, like, a second Raging Serpentine, but I think, like, splitting them is, like, the only realistic way we could try to do stuff. Yeah, I think we're, like, between this Tamer, and the Elizamon, we should be okay on DP. Because, we'll suspend, get a card draw, get plus 3,000 DP, which means if we're using this, it is, 14k, then this comes with 2 bodies. And if the opponent already has a Digimon on their fields, that would mean there's 3 bodies, so that's another 6, so that's plus 9, so we're already hitting 20. And, like, 20, unfortunately, is, like, the threshold we have to clear. So we should be able to clear, above 20 okay. Like, and if we're in our Strachio, we have Armor Purge at the very least, so even if Strachio's 20k, like, trading my Digimon for theirs probably means that I win that transaction. If you Evo mid-attack into the EX11 Medusamon, you get 2 tokens. Oh, yeah, that's right, because you get the win Digivolving, and then, at the end of the attack. So you still do get 2 tokens off of it. So the protection is just really good, which can make Raging Serpentine like an insane card, because then you could, like, if the opponent touches their security at all, Raging Serpentine can trigger on the Medusa that they just can't get rid of into the Strachio. And that could be pretty brutal. Hey, Gao. I hope my day is going well. So far, so good. I have D&D later, so going to be eventually stopping stream later for that, but that's not probably until like another 5 hours or so at least. So we still got a lot of time. But I think, like, outside of like minutiae details, like, I think this is kind of just the core. If I wasn't running the scramble, I probably would cut this and run an additional version of this Liza. But I do kind of just like the tech utility that this has with the warps. Then there also is like a Restudramon Superior mode that people are running too for this. Because this also can help gain some additional DP. The raid piercing and be able to attack, and the, like, this card's just kind of insane. It's just the problem is, what do I cut to add it? Like, that's the big problem. Technically I could cut like a rookie to, oops, wrong one. Cut a rookie to add it in. But I don't even know if the deck actually needs this or not. It is kind of like a pseudo 6. But it doesn't enable us to warp, and it forces us to use this, because at the very least, if we don't have the Medusas and we have everything set up, we could still, like, Strachio. Oh, but I still feel like this wants 7 Tamers, though. Like, something tells me I just want 7 Tamers, even though I do tend to use the level 6s. Like, the Tamers are just so important. Like, especially this Owen giving us card draw. Like, whew. So... it's so hard. ASM feels best with more BT21 Owen. Like, all the Tamers are really good. They're all really good. Maybe cut another training? No, I can't cut trainings. Trainings are so good. If anything, like, it's probably cutting the rookie, but then we're going down to 10 rookies, and that feels kind of dangerous in of itself. Like, there's just so much minor tech that this deck has that there's not really much of a way to try to, like... I could boost the consistency, sure, so I could, like, cut this. I could probably cut Scramble, like, forget comeback plays, even though I think that's a bad idea. I think this deck generally wants the comeback play, but, like, between... I think we can't cut Scramble. I think Scramble's too important. So I could go something like this. 10 rookies in a deck with the best searching in the game is pretty justified. Yeah. Like, maybe it's cutting an emblem down. But I want to see at least 1 emblem per game, so, like, that's kind of my own mental math, is, like, if I want to see something at least bare minimum once per game on average, 3 is the magic number that you would want to see the likelihood of that card. So that's why there's 3 Strachios, is because I only need to see realistic 1 per game. Same thing with Emblem, I need to see 1 per game. Same thing with this Owen, just another 1 per game. So that's kind of like my mental math is 4 means I want to see it all the time. 3 means I have a high likelihood of seeing it once per game. 2 generally means that I want to still see it in my deck, just not as consistently as some other cards. And then 1 is basically the tech slot. Like, I am running this for tech. If you're thinking about it, doesn't the Raging Serpentine take the place of an emblem effect? Yeah, it kind of does. So I guess if I'm running a Raging Serpentine, I could probably cut, like, an emblem. Because this basically, most of the time, is just going to be a 4-cost, like, Gaia Force, that also then turns into, an emblem. So I guess maybe if I am running a Raging Serpentine, I could cut this down. So I guess the big question is now what am I doing with that last card slot again? Am I running like an arrestor? Am I running, am I putting my trainings back up? Am I running an extra scramble? Like, what am I doing with the extra card slot? There's so much I could do with that 1 extra card slot. I could run an extra level 6. So I could go like 3 and 3. I could technically run like an extra Crimson Blaze or an extra Raging Serpentine. Just to try to see like these more consistently. More training? Probably the play. 8 ultimates. Yeah, so the last ultimate would be, like, in Arrestor Drumon's Superior mode. I'm not, like, super thrilled with that card, but, like, for this deck specifically, but I understand its purpose. Because it is a Dragonkin. And then that card also attacking with progress is kind of nuts. But, like, I reasonably don't feel like I need it because, like, between these... Like, do I really need a pseudo 6 when I just am going to be digivolving into a 7 or digivolving into an actual 6? So I think the answer is probably a no. Like, it does get me an extra free attack, though. But it is also a little, maybe a little bit. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think this is probably okay to start with, and then kind of just test and iterate from there. So, like, maybe I could go down an Owen, or maybe I could ditch the Raging Serpentine, or something. Like, because Raging Serpentine only is 8 mana when the opponent has 3 or fewer security. So, like, that's the only stipulation where this doesn't have one. And this could also just help set up an Owen, but, like, half the time, like, sometimes... You just don't even use these to set up the Owens anyway. So, I don't know. This is probably where I'm going to settle for right now. And then, obviously, with testing and iterating, there's going to be further refinement from here. Because this is just first initial impressions. Yeah, because... yeah, because this card's kind of nutty. It's just I'm always digivolving for 4. Which doesn't necessarily matter because I delete an opponent's Digimon, deal a security damage, and then gain the memory back. But, like, I don't know the memory math to know if that's going to be good because this locks me out of warping into a Strachio, and I'm forced to then use a Medusa. So, I don't know. Oh, he's just dragon. He's not even dragonkin. Oopsies. All right, we're gonna axe that idea then. If it's not even a dragonkin and it's just dragon, I didn't even read that. For whatever reason, I thought he was a dragonkin. The deck is great. Love it when it goes off. Yeah. I think this is kind of just where I'm gonna settle. So that way we can move on to some of the other fun decks. Alright. Rocks. Is this what I have in paper? I just put my deck away. I'll need to, like, add in the new cards, obviously. Yeah, I haven't even added the Ice Bonds into the deck yet, which I think Ice Bonds just absolutely cracked. That card's insane. Alright, I guess I should just look at the set because that's the only new cards I'm looking at, because I don't think I'm going to be using that many of the old cards. Then we could just make our life easier. Sort by black. So we have the Sunariza, the Pyramid, and the Close. So those are the 3 cards that we're adding before recontextualizing things. You've been saying a restaurant was dragon this whole time. Have you? I'm gonna like scroll up and see if you've said that today. I mean, you probably said it in a different time. And I mentally didn't acknowledge it, and I do apologize for that. But that was the first time that was said this stream, at least. So, I think maybe when I was testing the deck in BT24 with the new stuff, like, I think you said it there, and that's why it wasn't in the deck, is because when I was initially testing it, I was just like, oh, why didn't my effects work with this card? Because now that threw my math off. And then I threw that card out. So, if he's lying, ban him? No, I can't ban Empire. I don't really ban a whole lot of people. I don't even know how to ban people. Hold on. Oh, I could put them in timeout. Okay. I can do stuff, but I'm not going to, because Empire is a treasure. So it's probably just me not acknowledging something that they said previously, and remembering it, and that's more of a me problem then. The new Sunariza is consideration for cutting the Ukos out. On play when moving, by trashing a rocker mineral from our hand or this Digimon's Digivolution, we draw 1. It's a consideration, because the only problem is Ukomon hatches us an egg right away. That's the big thing on what's letting this deck have the speed, is the immediate hatch. So I would consider... What is its other ability? Oh, we're definitely getting rid of this Sunariza. We're 100% getting rid of this Sunariza. Or we could get rid of this Sunariza. Like, I guess we have to worry about the Sunariza last, and we have to see what the other cards are doing so we could fix our rookies. So we're gonna have to kind of work backwards from here. So if we're working backwards, what does the new Close actually do? By trashing a rocker mineral traded card from our hand or one of our Digimon's Digivolution source, gain a memory. Wait, she trashes one for us? All turns, when Digimon are played or Digivolved, if any of them have rocker mineral, by suspending this, we get to place one from our trash to the bottom Digivolution source. So we move out, trash one, then immediately put it back in when we Digivolve? When an effect trashes, we get a gain 1. And then this just immediately trashes. She's worth considering. What does the super old close do? Not the good close, the 3-cost promo close. This at the start of our main phase, if the opponent has a Digimon gain a memory, when an effect trashes from our rock or mineral, by suspending this tamer, we get to place a rock or mineral from our trash. So is this basically just a better version of the promo? This literally is just the promo. Except it's not when an effect trashes from our Digivolution source. It is when a Digimon... when one of our Digimon is played or Digivolves. How many of the promo am I running? What is my tamer lineup on paper? So... in paper, I'm running 3 Memsetter close. So I have 3 Memsetter close. I have... oh, no, I have 4 Memsetter close. Is that excessive? I have... how many... I have 2 EX10 close and 1 promo close. So basically, I just run the same type of thing, except use this close. It's better than the promo close and better than the other 3-cost close. I'm not super thrilled with this card, so I probably would say, yeah, that's probably correct. So I would probably swap the ratios on these compared to my paper build. I think this card is still good, but it's definitely not like a mandatory thing. What does Icemon do again? By placing a... oh, this just adds to our source. Okay, so by placing a level 4 or lower ice, snow, rock, or mineral traded card from our hand or trash to the bottom. Okay, so this isn't removing. This is straight up adding. So this is only interacting with removing. Which only realistically works on Prog. So maybe... oh, but this is all turns gain a memory. Oh, but this is also all turns gain a memory. But this is only... this really isn't all turns. Because this only is going to work... I mean, I guess we don't care about the all turns part. So we move out, we remove a card, we add a card, we digivolve, we add another card. I think, like, this is still probably okay as a tech 1 of. The barely distinguished artist fetish. This is why the new level 3 is important. Oh, yeah, because you could just hard play it and trash. Okay. Yeah, so we can move out. We trash, we draw a card. I think it is just better than this Sunoriza. So I'll probably run 2 of it. I think the Ukos just have to stay. Like, in order for this deck to efficiently and quickly OTK, the Ukos just have to stay. It's very unfortunate, but, like, they just have to. And then I guess the only other thing that's changing is the level 6s. How many memory is my paper build even running memory boost? Oh, I have a Congo just because I'm being cute. So I guess what's my actual paper option lineup? Sorry, I need to like fan out my deck. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I was running Gatsus. Right, I was on the whole Gatsu shenanigans. Because I was using what's his face? The stupid level 6 floodgate that just really did not work out the way I thought or wanted. Also, the expense of that card was just too much. So I'm running 2 Congos. Gross. 2 emblems. 3 emblems. Yeah, okay. So that means these should probably be level 6s, which means these should probably be level 6s. So we'll start with this and then kind of just review. Are you a fan of the Tamer playing level 4s? You find them better, you find them to be better, hold on. Sorry. Reading is very difficult when my brain is, like, looking at 5 different things. Are you a fan of running the Tamers that play the level 4s that play the Tamers? I find them to be situational, and I just hard slam the Tamers a lot. Yeah, I probably would cut these down. I think probably 2 is good. And then I would probably run, like, attack 1 of this land. This land is our land. I need to swap deck boxes for this. This small little dinky thing is getting too tight for how many cards I store. Alright, but yeah, I'm not like super thrilled with these cards either. Just because like I do hard slam them or I just set them up with an emblem. Like it's not that big of a deal. Hey, you're a little late. Are we predicting the mineral egg would get on the ban and restriction list? And build accordingly, or just to build based on the current one? We build based on the current one. I really don't know what they're going to hit because there's so many cards that are very deserving of the hit that like it's actually kind of insane. And it's to be expected because more sets means less time to review each sets, which means more things slip through the cracks in terms of power creep, and then power creep just starts escalating faster and faster because they're not checking their homework, because they're too busy making new sets over checking their homework and making a fair and balanced game. And I think, like, the part of the reason why people aren't super thrilled is because there's, like, a lot of OTK decks running around right now, and there's a expectation that we're actually going to have a back and forth, and instead OTK decks just come in and end the game abruptly, and then we just kind of leave feeling bad because the gameplay experience didn't exactly meet our expectations because we're not expecting to die as early as turn 2 now. Granted, only like one OTK deck really is consistently or semi-consistently killing at turn 2 again. But the fact that it is a problem in of itself. So, like, I think the power creep of the game has gotten incredibly high. So, like, the ban and restriction list is going to be, like, one of two things. It's either going to be a very mediocre ban and restriction list, just doing a moderate amount of cards, or it's going to be a very large ban and restriction list and actually try to fix some of the issues with the game, but not really fixing the issues with the game. Suppose some people at Bandai are pushing for more bans, but there are only murmurs for a semi-reasonable source. I really would hope, like, if I was at Nationals right now, I 100% would want to have a conversation with the designers to further push more bans and limits. Like, I've been very much on that train, and I've probably repeated it more times than I want to admit to, within the past, like, 6 months to a year, where it's just like, we need more bans and limits. 2 ban and limit lists a year is not enough, especially when one of them is going to be really half-baked, and it's still progressively increasing the amount of cards. Because, the last ban and restriction list had, like, what, 12 cards impacted? The one before that was 10, the one before that was 8, so, like, each ban and restriction update keeps increasing the amount of cards that need to get banned and limited because the power level of the game keeps increasing to an unhealthy and barely sustainable level as is. The person pushing it for it is the EN side producer. Yeah, I would really hope so. Like, but again, just murmurs. That's fair. It's not rocket science on what's the issues plaguing Digimon. It really is not rocket science. And it's more so just negligence, and rushing things is part of what's causing a lot of the issues. Are you guys going to have dates when the ban list drops? It's going to be post-Worlds. So we're going to be stuck with whatever awful format that we're playing in until March. Like, until the end of March. Because most of the time, the ban and restriction update takes place, like... Because Worlds happens in March, and then post-Worlds is when they announce the ban and restriction list, because they want to have Worlds data to look at to try to help better inform what should be banned and limited. So, yeah, most of the time it's April 1st, like the start of April, is when the new ban and restriction list usually takes effect. So, getting a little bit back on track, I guess, we have Rocks and Minerals level 6s. So, what do we actually play for the level 6s? Because we have a couple of different options. So, we have EX10 Pyramidi, we have EX8 Pyramidi, and we have EX11 Pyramidi. One Piece got the classic JP company announcement for the announcement revealed on Worlds Weekend. Yeah. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player, so I'm kind of used to not having dates. Yeah, usually they just they do the announcement for the announcement. They're just like, hey, we're going to be, at least like for the second ban list, like, which is usually in the summertime. It's more so telegraphed when they're going to be doing it because they do it post-Worlds, for the first one. Pyramidi EX10. I hate EX10 Pyramidi. I really do. I hate this card. So, when digivolving, when attacking, we're gonna, like, it just feels like a battery, because most of the time I'm just skipping into the magnetic anyway. So, this is basically backup OTK. Like, I could concede getting rid of EX10 for an or EX8 for an EX10. I could probably concede that. So, on play when digivolving, when attacking once per turn, by trashing 3 rocks or minerals from this Digimon's Digivolution source, delete one of the opponent's highest play cost Digimon or Tamer. I wonder if I get the option to choose, or if it's just the highest between the two. But I really do like that effect, because if I'm OTKing, then it basically can help try to strip away an opponent's resource if they don't have any Digimon on the field for me to interact with. So I really do like that effect on this Pyramid. And then when an effect trashes this Digimon's Digivolution source, I could place a 3. So basically, I'm losing nothing and reusing all of my inheritables again. It's the highest between the two? Yeah, that's what I figured. But I really do like this card a lot. You like the rare Pyramid? I just like the idea of having a backup OTK. I really do. But, like, I understand that most of the time I'm just magnetic to OTK anyway. And because I'm running 4 magnetic, like, the chances of me finding it's pretty high. But, like, between having the backup Pyramid and the magnetic, I should reasonably be able to OTK. Especially if I have more ways to, like, manipulate my sources. Like, maybe this card's actually better. Because I could be, like, move out, go into Icemon. Icemon adds a card underneath. And then that gives me the extra, like, a free extra inheritable. Maybe I should just run 3 Icemon and just say, fuck this card. Is that the play? Is that actually the play? Just say screw this Landramon and then just run 3 Icemons? The Tamer effect, really... hold on. Sorry. You like the rare Pyramid. The Tamer effect part really is just to exist to shit on Omnimon. I like the idea, though. I really do. Icemon's good. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I do just cut this for an extra Icemon. Like, Icemon just feels so crucial now because of the Digivolution protection, because now the only thing that's removing my Digimon is just straight up bouncing it. So, like, any deletion type of abilities, it's pretty much immune to. Oh, no, it's even protected from bouncing. Or, no, it's not. Until the end, it can't be... One of my Ice and Snow Rocker minerals can't be returned. Yeah, so it makes it immune to pretty much every removal that it's weak against. Yeah, so it forces Fragment to happen if you are to get rid of Pyramid. Or get rid of the higher stages. Tamer Hate can be relevant in this current meta. Also, not really a fan of the one-offs on the lower levels. Another Icemon sounds good. Yeah, I think another Icemon is probably needed. So I probably like this idea of, like, 4 of the good Landramon, 2 Tamer Setters, and 3 Pyramid, or 3 Ices. So I think this is probably more well-rounded. God, speak English. Speak of the English. So I do like, I do think this is a mandatory 2-of for the deck. Like, if you're using any level 6, this feels like it's probably one of the better level 6s. And it's just the argument of, do I run the backup OTK, or do I run the battery to potentially make Magnetic a little bit more impactful? Yeah, Promo Landramon carries, yes. This card is easily the best level 4 of the deck, right next to Icemon. It's really funny because both of them are promos. Like, both of them are promos. It's so funny. It's goofy. Because I don't think my level 5s are changing at all. I never felt like they needed to. And yeah, I think the question literally is, am I running backup OTK, or am I running the EX10, the battery? Because I think everything else in the deck is pretty good. I can concede that maybe I don't need this Tsunorizumon. And I could probably just double up on this Tsunarizumon. Because most of the time I'm just Digivolving anyway, but this does have its niche case usage. New to Roxa, but I have the promos and older stuff. What would you recommend on the tamers? The EX8 close is still by far the best tamer of the entire deck. I'm running 4 of her just because, like, doubling and tripling up on her ability is actually incredibly valuable. I'm running, right now, one of the EX10 close just because she's, like, okay, but not fantastic. And then I'm running 2 of the brand new EX11 close because this just seems like it's a better version of the promo close, to be honest. Like, they're doing very similar things. It's just this feels like it's a little bit more relevant. Looking at all the D-Digi effects looking at all on all Digi effects at the level 4, actually, I'm liking the reduction on the 3. Yeah, that's why I think, like, this is probably fine to keep in. Like, I think I like this lineup where it's just, like, this over the, on-play add 2 sources, because I'm not really doing that often to where it matters. Like, sure, there's case usage where I'm going to be, like, I need to hard play it to add 2 to extend a combo. But in those situations, if I already have that much memory and I'm making a play just to do that, like, I guess maybe the argument is then I would want a battery instead. Like, if I'm going to be spending that extra memory, then I might as well just use that extra memory to literally just battery myself. Since we're in OTK decks, Uko is great. Yes, no, Uko has to stay in the deck because the math of how the deck works is I need to get that chip in with Ukomon. Otherwise, off of 5 security, this deck is very likely to not OTK unless I'm literally running the old Pyramidi. So unless I'm using this Pyramidi, the deck cannot OTK off of 5 unless I have the Uko chip. And the Uko chip generally means that I'm going to be reloading my raising area and I'm setting up my trash for the tumble to be in there for me to combo off. So the deck is very Uko reliant on making the deck go as fast as humanly possible. Yeah, I think, like, if Tumblemon gets removed from the ban, like, from a ban and restriction, then Ukomon definitely goes out of the deck, because then there's actually not really much of a reason to run Ukomon. It's just the accelerant of... Actually, there's still a good argument to run Ukomon, even without the tumble. Like, even if this card were to get banned, like, I think there's more of an argument to remove the Ukomon then. But I think, like, Ukomon is still incredibly pivotal. It just depends on the damage math on what level 6 that you're running. So, we get to play... So, with this card, we get to place up to 3 rocks or minerals from our trash to the bottom of this Digimon's Digivolution source. And then, by trashing 3, which we're almost never going to do, we just use it to battery. We just use it to increase our sources by 3. Yeah, it's really, like, I think it's just a toss-up on battery or OT, like, secondary OTK. But I do really like this for the card draw, though. I really like it for the card draw. I'm personally a fan of the extra OTK. I'm personally a fan of it. Oh, the debugger art? Is the debugger art even in here? I don't think the debugger art is in here. But I'm personally a fan of the extra OTK. So I would rather have this in and then just supplement my level 6s with the new pyramid. So I think this is probably where I'm going to be heading with rocks. This feels pretty good. You don't think it's out yet? No, I'm physically sitting on 2 boxes of the debugger kit. No, you're not confused. Like Oh, it's not even opened. Like, I would show you if it was opened, but it's not. That I'm literally sitting on 2 boxes of the debugger kit. So, debugger is out. But yeah, this is probably where I personally am leaning with rocks. I do think if you don't want to run the EX8 Pyramid and you just want to run the battery, then that's fine. I'm not super thrilled with it. It does have like niche case usage, where it's actually like a really good card, but I'm personally not a huge fan of it. And I would literally just try to have alternative ways to kill my opponent to try to make my deck more efficient. It just didn't arrive in the EU yet. Yeah, I know Bandai Premium, with anything outside of the US, they send a limited amount of those types of products, like Bandai Premium products, to LGSs to sell. So I would ask your LGS if they're going to be getting it, which is, like, I don't know. It's really weird, and this is why I hate Bandai Premium, is because they're not fair and they're not equal on everyone. And the fact that, like, you have to wait 8 whole months usually is also kind of poopy and not super great. And yeah, like, I'm just not a big Bandai Premium guy, but like, unfortunately, if you are to keep up with Digimon, you have to pay attention to Bandai Premium, which is garbage. So this is probably where I'm at with rocks and minerals. So what else did we have? Hold on. Let me... Do I still have my list? Or did I get rid of my list? So we have Ryutaro, Zeno, and Yuki. I don't think I have any of those decks built. No, I do not. All right, let me see if I can grab really quickly a Galacti deck. Just so I don't have to like waste time building from scratch something. Oh god, ads. Ads. Oh, the ads. Did one win recently? Spain? This is an interesting list, but all right, whatever. We'll steal it. We'll steal it and we can edit it from there. Is this gonna work? Okay, I figured. Is this gonna work? Hey, that worked. All right. All right, so we have Galacti. How many Vemons do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 of this one. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, that's the 20. Okay. Let's go EX11. So I'm not going to pretend I'm a Galacti expert compared to a lot of the other decks. What the heck are you looking at? This is Galacti. Although there's a couple of things that I would want to change. I probably wouldn't run 4 digital gate opens. Or 3 digital gate opens. And you need to run 4 promo Destro. This card is like borderline mandatory. Actually, maybe it's not, because there's a lot more 4-cost tamers. So I think like it's probably okay to run 3. So I'll just put it back. Alright. So what are we doing with the new cards? Did we really only get 2 new cards for Galacti? First time seeing this deck? It's very different because it has the gimmick of one of their cards you could run up to 50 copies of. You're obviously not going to be running 50 copies, but you just have an overabundance of rookies because rookies is your primary resource. Because the way Galacti wants to work is you're going to have your cards that are going to shove your Galacti or your Venmons underneath your Digimon, and you're basically going to have like this super stack. And you basically sit on this one super stack and try to control the opponent's field and then magically win the game because of Ragnarok Cannon. So Ragnarok Cannon, like you're going to try to delete all of the opponent's Digimon, and then when they don't have a Digimon, then Ragnarok Cannon basically burns all of their security, and then you attack with Galactimon using an unsuspend. Yeah, using an unsuspend on Snatchmon to be able to basically win the game. And what makes the deck pretty good is the fact that Promo Destro is one of the strongest tamer removal cards in the game. So it could really slow down and hinder the opponent. Oh, so, okay, I know why they're using Digital Gate Open. It's because they don't have, I don't think they have a card to set up their tamer, right? Like, there's no Zenith setter. This came out when? BT21 and BT18. So... revealed. So, we're going to be running the Zeno. So what is this card actually doing? Yeah, no setup cards. Yeah, the new 21 isn't needed anymore with the new Galacti. You're probably right on that. So we could probably go down here and up 1, and then throw in the new Galacti and then the new Zenith, and then figure out where we're going from here. Do we run 4 and 4? Like, do we just run all the Galactis, or are we just chilling on stuff for a hot minute? Because I think, like, we can't reasonably reduce the amount of Venmons that we're running, because then that runs a big risk on not having enough Venmons to set up what we need to. I request you to grate me, or to wish you luck when you open your 2 boxes of EX11, so you can have the God Alt Arts pulled. Well, I very much wish you the absolute best of luck. I think this box is definitely going to be a really interesting one to open. I'm personally not opening one up myself, unfortunately, because Digimon is too expensive for me at this point to constantly buy new boxes every single time a new set drops, because they increase the amount of sets that are dropping. So I just buy singles instead to keep up. And even then, the singles prices also have been going up recently. Like, BT24 is actually an incredibly expensive set compared to some of the other Digimon sets. And EX11 also, as of right now, is still on the somewhat expensive side. So I gotta wait for things to cool off a little bit. But I do wish you the absolute best of luck, Empire. And I hope you get everything that you want and need out of it. The whole deck consists of searching and more searching. Yeah, I think maybe we could go down like a digital gate. Like, finding the zeniths are important, but I think we could probably go down a digital gate. I would like to run generic black tools, but I also don't think the deck needs the generic black tools because of, like, how the Destro and Snatch work with the Digicrosses and the fact that we could Digicross from the trash. Which one's Digicrossing from our trash? So, what are our tamers doing? By trashing a Vemon from our hand, we get to draw one and gain one memory. When any of our Digimon attack, by suspending this tamer, we get to return 2 Vemons from our Digimon's Digivolution source to the bottom to de-Digivolve 1. This is a really good card. Probably only need 1 tamer setter. On play, reveal the top 3 cards of our deck. We get to play 1 Vemon, and add 1 card with Vemon and text from our hand, and then trash the rest. It's so good, but I feel like this is a 3 of. I don't think this is a 4 of. I just need to see it once, and even though the consistency boost is really nice, this also is a decent consistency boost. I just realized all of them are 4 drops. At the start, we get by discarding 1 card with Vemon from our hand, we get to draw 1 and gain 1, so that's the same type of effect as this Zenith. All turns, when Digimon are played or Digivolve, if any of them have Vemon in their text, by suspending this tamer, reveal the top 2 cards of our deck, place all cards with Vemon from among them to the bottom Digivolution source, and trash the rest. Yeah, this kind of feels like it's a 1 of. Like, it's a okay 1 of. You opened 4 and got Clamp Yuki, Arisa, and all the new Machina cards except for the black level 6. No Vortextramon, no Shoto. And I like and you only got 1 Sendril and 1 Ryugu. I mean, Ryugu right now is dropping like a rock, so that's fine. Like, people just aren't hype for Fish Liberator, even though I do think Fish Liberator actually is probably better than people give it credit for. I need to end up building the deck myself. The only problem is there's so many fish decks that I think people are just at fish fatigue. Because you have Fish Time Stranger, you have Deep Saver Fish, you have Seadramon Fish with X antibodies, you have Liberator Fish. Like, that's 4 fish decks already. Like, they just had a lot. Xeno is a 3 cost because start of turn and also on play. Oh, you're so right. I didn't realize that was start of turn and on play. I thought it was just start of turn like this Zenith. So basically, when it comes to the Tamer lineup, I add a Zenith, removed a Digital Gate, removed a Zenith, add a Xeno. Again, gotta test and feel if this is correct or not. Like, maybe it is just going 1 and 1, and then just keeping the Zenith at that number. But I think this is probably better. Like, just to have a variety of different Tamers. And then how many Galacti? I think I missed that comment on how many Galactis that they are running. No, probably just the 3 and 2 Galacti. So 3 of this Galacti, 2 of this Galacti. It makes sense. Because you're just form swapping anyway. So that makes sense. This also has assembly 6. I really just want to go 3 and 3, to be honest. It's just deck space is so tight. It's like, where do I make the cut to make that happen? So I think 3 and 2 is probably correct. New Galacti can evolve into old Galacti from trash. So is it 3 new, 2 old? If that's the case? Memset only triggers on 3. Or Memset only triggers on play. Make it a 3 of at most. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I really like the tech Digivolver. But it does have a worse condition than this Xeno. And adding cards to our inheritables, because this Xeno also just churns through our deck a little bit faster, because it can increase the amount of Venmons underneath our Digimon if we get lucky. So I think like this Xeno is a really good card. This one's just a consistency tool, so you need to run it at least at 3, so that way you're guaranteed to see it once, and then it's able to do its thing, and then you're good to go. So I think like the Tamer lineup here is probably pretty good. Yes, 3 new, 2 old. Okay. If I had the deck space, I would just want to go 3 and 3, to be honest. If I had the deck space. Because I reasonably don't think I could touch the rookies, and I don't think I could touch the level, like literally any level. It's just the tech cards that are optional. So the big thing is, do I continue running Digital Gate open, or do I swap over to like a different utility option? That's the real question. Because I'm okay with running 2 digital gates, because it's able to find a Xeno and it's able to find our Digimon, so it has a decent chance of hitting 2 cards. The only problem is it costs 4. Your trash needs to be filled up as well. Yeah, like, I really like this Xeno. Or, I guess, Zenith, technically. I like him a lot. So, I guess the big question is, do I cut Digital Gate for something else? Because everything else I could probably just be like, yeah, it makes sense running these in the ratios that they are in. So, it's mainly just, do I continue to run Digital Gate open, or do I swap it out for something else? I mean, if you want a little bit more crazy, I've seen some lists run only 10 Venmon. No. You need to see as many of the Venmon as possible, and that's like the awkward thing to Galacti, is the fact that you have to run so many Venmons because you're using so many Venmons in your inheritables. If you need space, you could cut 1 BT21 Venmon. I don't really think I need space for... So, like, the idea on cutting Digital Gate open would be to run another Galactimon, and then I could cut the other Digital Gate open for some other consistency or utility tool. So, I could, like, cut a second Digital Gate open for a Scramble or something. Or I could cut it for another Fusion Eyes, like, by placing 1 Venmon or Destromon from our trash under one of our Digimon to its bottom Digivolution source, we may Digivolve into a Destromon or... No, What's allowing to Digicross from the trash? Wasn't there a card that's letting us Digicross from the trash? Or is it Fusionize that's doing that? Our local Galacti player is cutting all digital gate opens, but I'm not sure about that. I have zero experience playing the deck myself, so I cannot confirm or deny if that is a good idea or not. It's just I feel like I do want 3 of each, just because of the whole form changiness. Again, all depends on the meta, but right now Congo could be added as a tech card. Congo's a fun card. It's BT18 Snatch. Oh, yeah. While you have other Snatchmon in your trash, can be placed for the Digicross. Yeah. Yeah, Snatchmon Digicrosses from the trash. I couldn't remember which one it was. Yeah, this Digivolves for 3. So, like, that's why I'm like, do I just run, like, a Tech 1 of Black Scramble? Or, no. Oh, okay. Maybe I could. Maybe I could get away with this. So hear me out, chat. Hear me out, chat. We run Cool Boy. We run a Tech 1 Cool Boy. So the only things that this card does not grab is Fusionize and the old Vemons, which, yes, arguably does suck quite a lot. It also doesn't grab the promo Destro. Maybe Cool Boy isn't as great because it's only reducing the play cost on playing the Liberators, and at that point, maybe I am just better off running a one digital gate open. I do like the idea of Cool Boy because, like, this is still a Liberator, so I could technically, like, play my Digimon out even cheaper. And it also can set up my Tamers as well because they're all Liberator. So it's kind of acting like a digital gate open, just a little bit weaker. But again, it's slightly cheaper. So maybe a Tech 1 of digital gate open probably is still the play. I don't think Cool Boy is, like, a bad idea, though. I don't taste the spice. Yeah, it's just because this Cool Boy can work generically with Liberators, but I guess the Galacti problem is not everything is a Liberator that's good. Maybe in the next store promo batch. No memory effects, not seeing Vemons makes it worse replacement. Yeah. That's why, like, when I started thinking about it objectively, I'm just like, okay, maybe it does just need to be a digital gate open. Where's another Destromon? The D-Digivolve Destro? I don't think he's needed. That's this one. Because you have this card. This card, or, no, not this. Yeah, this is the new one. So choose one of your opponent's highest play cost Digimon, delete all of their other Digimon. Then this Digimon has 4 or more Digimon in their Digivolution sources. Until your opponent's turn, it gains blocker and isn't affected by their effects. So that's why the Digivolution protection isn't necessarily as needed, is because if you use this Galacti, then you're going to pretty much be immune anyway. Sure, you're not immune to options, but like we're not there yet where the options are super relevant. They're starting to be. Don't get me wrong, they're starting to be. So, but right now we're not 100% there yet. And actually, this is immune to options because it's just their effects. Period. And then this Digimon can Digivolve into a Galacti from hand or trash and ignore the Digivolution requirements. Yeah, so like we get the protection for the turn, board wipe the opponent, go into this Galacti. This Galacti sets up Ragnarok Cannon and then tries to win the game. Yeah, but D-Digivolve is needed to get over Digimon with protection. Fair take, fair take. That's why we have, like, this Zenith for D-Digivolve. When this card would leave the battle area, you get to play one Venmon from its Digivolution source without paying the cost. Until the end of your turn, their sources can't be trashed. And then D-Digivolve for every 2. During the opponent's turn, when one of your opponent's Digimon attacks by returning 2 Venmon from, we get to end the attack. Is that the same as this? Oh, this is switching target. This is just ending the attack. Yeah, but is this Destro better than a Digital Gate Open? That's kind of like the argument is this Tech 1 Destro better than Digital Gate Open? But the one Zenith isn't recoverable from the trash as Destro is, and you don't really want to lose your tempo by playing him over the other. And it actually advances your gameplay. It can. Like I said, I'm not an expert at this deck at all. So, like, yeah, sure, you could lose a Digital Gate Open to run your Tech Destro. Like, I don't think it matters that much. Because, like, so, if the opponent, let's just say, unfortunately, we're gonna start using, what's-his-face, Vortextramon. So, if Vortextramon is the new baseline that we have to clear, this Destromon literally is not doing anything for the matchup. I mean, I guess the inheritable kind of is because it ends the attack. So that way the attack doesn't happen, but it still force fights you. Another thing I see, you're using too many Venmons, especially BT21, that recovers from the trash, which isn't useful. On play, by trashing a card with Venmon and text from your hand, you get to return one non-Digi-Egg Venmon texted card. I like the so I would go down 2, but I would still just replace it with Venmons. Like, that's the issue. Is, like, I physically do not think we could go below 20 Venmons. $18 Venmon is enough. I feel safer with 20. BT21 Destro is also D-Digivolve. Like, I'm not saying the D-Digivolve isn't good. It's just we're hitting points in the game where it's starting to be less and less relevant, especially with cards like Vortextramon running around. What was the original list that I was looking at? Well, how many was it playing? Like, Vortex Dramon is, like, just a incredibly unhealthy card for the game. Like, I was kind of saying this in... oops, not this one. I was saying this in Discord earlier, where Vortex Dramon just feels like a power crept version of Magnetic. Or not Magnetic, Magnamon X. And we all very much, like the community at large, very much hated Magnamon X. Why do I have Magnetic on the brain? I mean, I could put the Destros back, like... Like, I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert at this deck, but I do feel like I want 3 and 3 at the very least. And then I do feel like 2 of the new Xeno is, like, really good. So, does this have chat's seal of approval at this point? Yeah, Vortex is 100% a meta check deck. Like, he is such an oppressive card that he is going to, just like Magnamon X Antibody, warp the entire format around him, even if he's not going to be the most powerful thing in the game. It's the sheer presence of what he can do and the accessibility of how strong he is 100% checks the meta. Better to just add 2 new Xenos. I have 2. Like, run 4 Xenos? Like, do I just get rid of this one and just run an extra one of this? I do like the fact that D-Digivolve is on a Tamer, though. Yeah, new Xeno is a mandatory 4 of. Again, there's only so much deck space, because now I'm bleeding into other things. So, like, I'm going to have to cut a digital gate open for it. And then I have to cut the other Zenith, the D-Digivolve one. Which does arguably make us a little bit weaker in certain areas. So, is this fine? So I can move on to the next deck? Gate isn't that good. I just don't know what else to replace Gate with, to be honest. That's still meaningful for the deck. Like, do I just go up a Venmon then? Like, get rid of a Gate, go up a Venmon? It's fine for now? Okay. Yeah, because this is just first initial impressions. Like, I'm not an expert. This is not going to be my favorite deck in the world to play. Just go one more Mem Setter. Try testing the recipe like this. 16 Venmons, 3 copies of each Destro, and no digital gates. I mean, I could concede that digital gate's not a good card for the deck. I don't know if I want the other... I think I would just, like... I don't know if I would want another of this Zenith, though. But I could concede that this is probably okay for a base. Because not everyone's going to have access to digital gate open. So, like, if I'm taking it from that slant, like a more, I guess, budget conscientious player, this is probably easier on their wallet. Either one more Zenith or the D-Digivolve Destro, and you're good? Yeah. I probably would go with another Destro. Like, to be fair, I think the searching is fine, but, like, I would rather do other things for this amount of memory, and, like, I think the deck is efficient enough where it just doesn't necessarily need it, especially if we have 4 of this Xeno, increasing the consistency in other areas. So, I would probably rather just want to run another D-Digivolve Destro. Personally. Alright, cool. So, this deck, unfortunately, has no precedence because it is just that bad. And that's going to be Dark Dragons is what's next on the docket. Let me double check our list. Yeah, so we got Ryutaro and we got Dark and Evil Dragons. So I guess I could go with Ryutaro because there is precedent for him. And he would probably be an easier deck to build quicker. Oops. Go back. When was the last time he was good? BT21? Was that the last time he was good? Yes. BT21 was the last time he was good. Export. Copy. Quit. Import. There we go. Alright, we got a base. Because why should we reinvent the wheel? Who texted me? It's Alice. Alice in Wonderland. Sorry, chat. Alright. Now we get to look at new cards. So, this is what the deck was doing. So, let's see if anything actually changes. So, we have this Agumon that has the ability to give us Piercing and Raid. Why are we running Guilmon? Like, Rush Guilmon in here. Is it just a hard drop and then just Rush? Like, is there anything in here that's playing this out? I guess technically the Scramble. I don't think that's needed, though. 13 rookies? Yeah, no, we're starting off by cutting that immediately. Alright. So, Dragonkin and Reptile. Is everything a reptile? This is Dinosaur. Dinosaur. Oh, this also searches Liberator, doesn't it? Yeah. And then it helps us gain a memory. What does this do? This also searches for our Ryutaro. So I guess the question is or do we just cut the Ukos? Like, do we honestly just cut the Ukos for the new Agumons? Because this gives us raid and piercing, which is something that the deck didn't really have a whole lot of. Because we had, what, piercing here? I don't know if we even use this. If we do, it's over Ukomon. Over Ukomon. That's like the only reasonable thing that I would cut. And I don't know if it's worth it to cut the Ukomon for an Agumon. I think I probably would. I think just for simplicity's sake, I probably would. Then we have Tyrannomon, which is setting up our Ryutaros, which is huge. The issue was there wasn't enough red cards in Dinomon, so people were playing Eliza, especially with green-red generic support card. You would argue, or you would look at Agumon X from EX9. So what? Cut Eliza for Agumon X. Agumon X is green, right? Yeah. So we get to return a Tyrannomon or Dinomon. So I could see that. I could see cutting the Eliza for the Agumon X and then just running Agu. Just slot cards that are not Liberator, so Eliza would miss the search. Yeah, but I think, like, we're running more Liberator stuff now, right? Oh, this isn't Liberator. Yeah, that's true. Okay. No, you're right. Chat, you're right. Agumon X is definitely probably the better card. Like, so we cut the Uko for the Agumon, we cut the Liza for Agu X. I'm okay with that. Because this also grabs us back pieces from our trash. So that's going to be really good for rebuilding. The only issue is it conflicts with these. That's like the only issue. Actually, we have emblems now, right? Yeah. So we'll remove the option lineup for right now. Because I think the options need to be completely reevaluated because of the 2-color memory boosts, which now we should have. And then we also have the emblems. And we also have Digital Gate open, which might be needed for this deck. So I'm okay with going here. Because this could still Digivolve on the Koromon, so that's still fine. Yeah, the option lineup definitely needs to be completely reconstructed, though. Great. Alright. So we have the Tyrannomon that sets up a Tamer, which, isn't this setting up a Tamer? Yeah, so we just fundamentally replace this with this. What does this do? This is a Liberator one, so we kind of have to keep it, right? No emblems. We're gonna worry about the options later. We want to make sure that the rest of our deck kind of is, like, good. We're really... Why are we so high on this? Do we keep Tyranno X as a 4 of? Because I think, like, we could probably go down on this one. Just for ratio's sake. And then... the new egg seems better than Koromon? You mean Koromon seems better than Koromon? When attacking, this Digimon can Digivolve into a Tyrannomon. That's probably correct. Because I think it was mostly the other Koromon was for Ukomon, which we're no longer running. So I think that's probably correct. Good assessment, good catch. Then we got Agumon, and Agu X. We got Tyranno X, Tyrannomon, and Tyrannomon. Because this card still feels like way too important. I mean, I guess it's a little bit less important because we have Agumon and Agumon. Or, like, we have the Agumon and the Koromon. So maybe it's a little bit less important because now we have multiple ways to be able to Digivolve mid-attack. So maybe we could go down on this by 1 and then up on this. But I mean, it's still an X-form Digimon. So we could still, like, start of main or Digivolve up into this, get the effect, Digivolve just for the free card draw and the inheritable piercing. I don't know if this is a 4 of either. I'll keep it as a 4 of for right now. What was the other Tyrannomon? Wasn't it just a... I think it was more expensive to use, though. Was part of the problem. I guess it's not that bad if we're just Digivolving mid-attack anyway. Oh, but we wouldn't be able to, like... Unless we have Ryutaros already set up, we wouldn't be able to chain them. So I think this is probably okay. We might need to reevaluate the 4s in a hot second. But let's try to work out some of the other stuff first. If we were really spicy, we could go the X antibody support line and run the X antibody for each of the 3s through 5s. I don't exactly hate that idea. I guess that depends on what his emblem is doing. Oh, right. It's not in the set. Ugh. Because it's a promo. So we get to look at the top 3, add a Tyrannomon and Reptile, and then 1 Liberator. So the only issue is Metal X is neither a... I mean, it technically counts as... I guess, hold on. Does the X antibody... Where are you? There you are. Okay, so it does count as a dinosaur, so we can do that. But is Metal X better than Master Tyranno? That's the question. So we have the new Master Tyranno, which has security attack +1 and fortitude. This one just has fortitude. Then we can suspend a Digimon. If this Digimon is suspended, it gets +4000 and just has security attack +. So this deletes something. This just gets +4000. I don't even know if this is better than this. Like, I guess maybe it kind of is because it has security attack +1 native to it. It really doesn't feel that much better than this. Because we're definitely not running the other Tyranno X. We need purple. Yeah, we're definitely not running this one over the promo. So, when Digivolving, if Dark Tyrannomon or X antibodies in this Digimon's Digivolution source, delete one of the opponent's level 4 or lower Digimon, which is okay, it's whatever. Not that great. At least not for what this deck does. When attacking, this Digimon can Digivolve into a Tyrannomon in its name from our hand. We actually have to pay that cost. Where this one gives us Raid, Piercing Inheritable. What's the Inheritable that this gives us? When it deletes a Digimon by battle, we get a gain of memory. It's not terrible. Like, it's not that bad. It's just, it's a Dark Tyrannomon, I guess. I don't know. But we're not running this card. This card is not good. Actually, this card's fine. Would I rather prefer that over any of these? Maybe. I like just red punchies. Like, just red big punch. We already have the inheritable off here, so I think we're okay with not running these two. Are they both from... No, that's EX8 and that's BT22. So, which one of these is better? The plus 4000 DP or the deleting an 8k or less? Probably the plus... I would probably say the plus 4000. So, what is this actually doing? The multiple memory inheritables is better. If you swing with the higher stack anyway. Yeah, so I guess if we're digivolving anyway. Because we need the Tamer Setter. That's like by default. I guess I'm just worried about the lack of Liberator trait. Is like kind of where my brain is coming together. So maybe that's like my hang up on it. And maybe I just need to acknowledge that this actually isn't really a true Liberator deck. This also has a cute security effect. So I guess, and then this does also change our option lineup. Like, it forces us to change our option lineup. So when digivolving, if this Digimon gets plus 4000 DP, so that's kind of doing the same role as this, is plus 4000 DP. Until the end of the opponent's turn, if Metal Tyrannomon or X antibodies in this Digimon's Digivolution source, one of your opponent's Digimon can't Digivolve. Not entirely irrelevant, but not like the most relevant thing either. It's only relevant if they have a board state, which they're not going to have all the time. It does have collision, so it forces the block. What needs the Liberator trait, though? Most effects are name, not Liberator traded. There's a couple of cards that do care about Liberator stuff. So, like, to really optimize on, not on this one. This one's name-based. The emblem, just as an example, cares about the Liberator trait also. So you're missing out on almost a guaranteed 2 card draw off of the card versus a 1 by diluting the amount of Liberator tech you're excluding. But it really just depends if the X antibody tech is vastly superior to the deck. So, like, the big question is Master Tyrannomon better than Metal Tyrannomon X? That's the questions that we kind of just have to ask ourselves. I think, like, this card still is insane. Because this is de-Digivolution protection. I'll build it the X antibody way. I don't hate the idea of the X antibody, because if we're going to run the Omnimon anyway, then it technically just makes Omnimon a little bit better. We could probably cut the Gallant for the new Dinomon. So I guess what are these two doing? So Fortitude, Security Attack +1. While this is suspended. So it's literally just the on-play when Digivolving is like the only slight difference. So we get to suspend one Digimon, then choose one of each player's Digimon with the highest play cost and delete all of the others. We get to suspend a Digimon, then delete one of the opponent's suspended Digimon with the lowest DP. Is the new Is the new Dynamon just straight up better? Then choose one of each player's Digimon with the highest DP and delete all of the... Okay, so it's not. They're very comparable in terms of what they're doing, because this is guaranteed to delete something. This one technically isn't, but this one can deal with wider boards better than this. So they have their own pros and cons and trade-offs. It's more destructive. Yeah, like, I would probably just run a 3-3 split, to be honest. So how big is our DP if we're removing all of the DP increasing? I guess that's the next question. Like, how big is our DP actually? Not that Dark Tyranno. Was it Dark Tyranno X that I was level 4? It's this one, this Dark Tyranno. Level 3 with Reptile. These are all reptiles, right? Yeah. Just checking. Because we have to play the Tamer Setter. Is this a 4 of? Or do we play the 4 of the Tamer Setter? I think we want to play more of the Tamer Setter, especially if we're not playing like Digital Gate Open to do Ryotaro shenanigans. And then is this better than this? Like, do we care how much memory we're giving the opponent? Because we could get piercing off here and raid. So maybe the promo isn't super worthwhile. Again, depends on the meta. Crimson Blaze tech also is an option worth keeping in the back of our mind. We could, as long as we have like a Ryutaro setup, we are usually pretty okay with having a red source. So what is this Ryutaro doing? So this is the Mem Setter, so it's most likely going to be a 3 of. When any of your Digimon digivolves into a level 5 or higher Digimon with Tyrannomon in its name or dinosaur in its traits, by suspending this tamer, you get to hatch a Digimon in our breeding area. After one of our Digimon in the breeding area can then digivolve into a card with Tyrannomon or reptile or dinosaur. Oh, so this isn't even that this is just okay. It's just reloading our raising area. That's all it's doing. It's basically kind of just being a worse Mimi. So I think like we do only need like 2 of this card, and this card's still just the better Ryotaro to run. Now that we have like a card to dedicate playing out our tamer. This can digivolve on top of it. Yeah, Digimon with Tyrannomon in its name without X antibody. Okay. The benefit of Dark Tyrannomon X versus the promo is you can Evo attack regardless if Tyrannomon. The benefit of the promo versus... Does this need? Oh, it does need. Okay. I probably would want to run the promo then if that's the case. Like, it's slightly lower lows, but I like consistency. Yeah, so I could still digivolve on here. The fact that this can stun a tamer also probably is relevant. The retail really isn't super relevant, though. I'll say that. But the stunning of the tamer is okay. I guess, like, what is this card doing? This gives us piercing when any of our... when When any of your suspended Digimon would Digivolve into a Tyrannomon in its name or version 1, we get to reduce the cost. I don't think we need this. I do not think we need this. It's a cute idea. Yeah, this is literally just Tamer Hate, but would I rather have the DP over Tamer Hate? Retail is fun when bigger bodies, then Dinomon is forced to attack into it and dies. Fair. The benefit of Dark Tyrannomon, yeah. For combo Evo attack, yeah. Because this is the other one. This is on play when Digivolving, but it doesn't have a good cost. Like, this card's just more expensive. Does this reduce the Digivolution cost? No, this just lets us Digivolve. Yeah, and unfortunately we don't have one that's reducing the Digivolution cost. And then this only works for a 3 cost or less. So I think we are just forced to play 4 of this card. So yeah, it's probably 4, 3, and then a tech 3. Because there is technically this, but again, it's the expensiveness of it. I'll keep this in for right now, just because I think the Tamer Hate might be relevant enough. And then we have the Metal and Metal X. So if this is the case, then we need to look at white options. So we probably need to run 2 of this card. Then Memory Boost. Where's red green? Do we not have red green Memory Boost? We have green yellow. From my Dino run, you run 3 metal and 3 new master and then 2 metal X. Oh, this is literally, it could go on top of master. Oopsies. Yeah, I think that's the play then. Red-green Memory Boost is coming with the dual trainings. Yeah, I think because of that, we probably have to cut this. And we have to run, what, green-black search? Or, no, I guess if we're running green-black search, then we could keep that in. So. But yeah, we would have to run green-black search, which is slightly awkward. Because this deck is still mostly a green deck that's trying to be a red deck. It's just so suboptimal. Which means I probably might be forced to run, like, an extra Ryutaro. Just because if I don't Digivolve, then I can't use the option. Then we go... Yeah, because this would force us to use the green training, because everything is green. Which, that's getting into sus territory also. It's a cruel deck that doesn't work yet. Yeah. I think, like, it just has some slight color deficiency issues because we don't have the memory boost. Yeah, so we would be forced to run, like, the green, and then we could run the emblem. Like, as a cute 2-of. Let me go back to my reference. Just to see what my reference was doing. Stats. 13, 12, 7, 6. So they were running a scramble. So they were on 3 memory boost, 3 training. So... And then they were running 1 scramble. Yeah, we would have to run green scramble, but scramble kind of conflicts with the deck a little bit. Because we're going to be digivolving mid-attack, so we don't have the opportunity to use the scramble. So we would have the opportunity to potentially gain the memory and use the training cards, and even potentially using this mid-attack. So, yeah, we just can't run scramble. So that's why I'm running, like, X antibody in its place. And then... What are the stats on it again? So, we're up to... 3 here... So 3, 3, 2. So that's 8. So we got 12, 10, 8, 6. So maybe we could go down an X antibody. Because I don't necessarily know if we need this particularly. It's neat to have because of the interaction where we could shove it under the Dynamon for Fortitude. Maybe I just get rid of like one of this Ryutaro. Because we're realistically only just using this. Like, we're barely using that. So we have our Mem Setter, we have this Ryutaro, but this Ryutaro is still really good. Omnimon X can help close out games. He's searchable for the deck because he's a Liberator off of the emblem. He's not searchable off of any of our training cards, which again makes it slightly awkward. Maybe I do just cut Omnimon just to stay face. Like, even though the deck very clearly just wants Omnimon. I don't think we have a green 7. Do we? I don't think we have a green Liberator 7. X antibody helps you evo into your X's. Yeah, like, this card's just really good for the deck. Because also, again, with Fortitude, like, Dynamon dies, comes back, on play happens, and then if they can't get rid of him again, then I could just slide X antibody underneath, and now he has a source for Fortitude again. What I use for yours is Quartz Ace. You can include Vortex. Vortex! Oh, yeah. The dumbest card in the world, Vortex. Alright, so what do I have to remove in order to make this card work? So that's the next question, is what am I actually removing to make this card work? Yeah, the only problem is Agumon can't search for Vortex. That's like the only problem, and Agumon can't grab back Vortex because he is a bird dragon, not a dinosaur. So maybe if that's the case, then Am I just playing Vortex just because of the consistency here? Because I don't have it here, but this is like this is the only actual searcher of the entire deck. Get rid of the trainings, make it 3 memory boosts and 1 Vortex. I don't hate that idea. I really don't. They don't search for... the only card that grabs Liberators is Unique Emblem. Primal Impact. Outside of that, Agumon does not search for Liberators. Because the novel characters are not true Liberator characters. They're fake Liberator characters. Because they're not in Liberator. I mean, they are, but they're not. To be honest, us not having a level 7 makes a Vortex good anyway. Wait, what? Us not having a level 7 makes a Vortex good anyway. It's just a good card. It really is just a good card. Like, and I think, unfortunately, because of the fact that we have to, like, we don't have the red, we can't run the Stragiomon, because that's also a really good one. Honestly, do I cut a level 6? No, I think because the point is to sit on the level 6s, I have to have the 6 level 6s. It's the new green boss monster. Just play the card. Yeah, I kind of like Vortex, so this card's so nuts. This card's legitimately insane. So, like, they can't get rid of Dinomon, and then we eventually just, like, casually slide in a Vortex. Also, our X antibody inherit line gives us memory when we destroy Digimon. True. So true. So, do I replace this with the green one then? Like, do I actually just say screw cuz this if this card Yeah, I think maybe I do because of Vortex run the green X. And we just say screw saving memory. Yeah, since we're already, like, mostly lined up with green anyway, I think that's probably fine. And we're digivolving mid-attack, so I think that also... Yeah, that's probably fine. If you do Dark Tyranno on X, it has the all turns if you kill a Digimon by battle gain a memory. Yeah, that's what I was leaning towards. Since we're already, like, deep into green anyway. Do I cut a Tamer, like, to try to, like, fit in space for something else? So Dinomon, we get Vortex's new home. Yeah, exactly. Vortex is just such a good card. Like, the fact that this is just generic green is, like, kind of gross. Like, it almost doesn't matter what deck you're running. You just slap in a Vortex. Like, you could even update plants, fairies, and vegetations to run Vortex, because you'll have a whole bunch of stuff that you could suspend anyway. And you could play stuff out by effects also. Like, this card's just that good of a card. It's probably going to be every green's top end from this point forward. I think the Tamers are fine, because we need Ryutaro to Evo. Yeah. Because, like, this one is just okay. It's not, like, crazy. So, is this pretty okay for dinos? I kind of like this. I kind of like where the direction of this is going. because our combo path is obviously we want to swing with our Agumon, use the inheritable of the egg to digivolve into Tyrannomon. Tyrannomon plays out the Ryutaro, use the unique emblem to then digivolve into like Metal or Master. If we have X antibody underneath, then we could go from one of these into Metal X, then use the Ryutaro. Oh, we might, if we had a Ryutaro set up, then we could use the Ryutaro to go into a Dinomon. Yeah, I think there's like tons of goofy playlines that are possible, which makes this kind of fun. So we're just Vortextramon, using the Dinomon engine. Not really, we're just running the one of because it's funny. So, I think this is pretty good for dinos, for the most part. Obviously, there's, like, you could go heavier into the red than the green, but we're heavier into the green because that's right now where a lot of the... It seems like the better cards are. Because right now we're missing the... Like, I think the big thing is the fact that we're missing the green-red memory boost. I think, like, with the green-red memory boost and not currently a card, it does significantly harm the capabilities of this deck incidentally. But at least because everything is 2-color and at least bare minimum part green, we still have Chrome to be able to grab pretty much everything anyway. Or should we just replace Chrome with green memory boost and just say fuck it? Like, if we're only grabbing one card anyway, do we even just need Chrome, or could we just run green memory boost? To be honest, green-red training probably is even better for the deck than the memory boost. Yeah, 100%. So, do we run Chrome, or do we just say fuck it and run green memory boost because everything is part green anyway? I think maybe we just say fuck it and just run green memory boost. Red Agumon Ace. Oh. I would consider that if we actually had better access at playing single color cards that weren't green. So like if we had the green red memory boost, or like we just full send everything to being part red, and have everything be a bare minimum part red, then I would definitely consider running that. You want to, do I want to dig any further? That's the hard part, is like, I don't think the deck does want to dig that much further. Yeah, I really don't think the deck does want to dig that much further. I actually did Agumon Ace for a bit. You scrambled into Agumon and your opponent attacks, and then you blast into Bond. Yeah, I think, like, you do have a lot of, like, really fun and cute tech cards. But I do think, like, tech cards like that is very option reliant, because I'm heavier into, like, using green options. It would be near impossible to find the Agumon Ace versus just a tech one of Vortextramon. And that's also why I'm cutting the Omnimon out of the deck also, because theoretically we do have X Antibody into Omnimon playline. But because we can't search it out... Actually, hold on. We could. So we run Jade Memory Boost instead, and then we could cut Vortex for Omnimon. And we could put the Omnimon back in. So, like, we do have this play line available to us because this is part blue, and this is searching green and blue, and everything is already part green anyway. So it does allow us to have access at being able to, off of the memory boost, grab the Omnimon at the very least. But, like, that goes to show you, like, what level 7 you're running does dictate what options you want to use to best support that level 7. So, like, we're, at this point, like, the rest of the deck feels pretty, not solved, but I feel pretty okay with where it is. And it's really just what's the best supporting level 7 that you want to run as, like, your tech off card. Because I could theoretically trim down the ratios a little bit. So I could cut, like, I could cut a rookie. I could cut a level 4. And then I might be able to cut, like, a level 5. But I feel like because the deck doesn't have that much search power native to it, I'm more comfortable with this ratio and saying, okay, the level 7 is just going to be the tech card. Any reason not to run 2 medievals and over the dinos? I mean, technically, no. Like, technically, no. Like, you could just run 2, 2, and 2. The only reason is because we actually can, like, mid-attack Evo into these all the way up the chain. That's the real reason. Is because if we're just going to go from, like, a level 3, swing with the level 3, Digivolve all the way up into a level 6, we technically cannot run medieval. Because he's a card we can't Digivolve into. But if you wanted to squeeze medieval in here anyway, like, you could go 2, 2, and 2. Like, 2 medievals, 2 dinos, and 2 dino, new dino. I don't know which dino I would get rid of for a 1-of, which is why, like, maybe you could just go 2, 2, and 2. But, like, at that point, if we're just going to be running generic good stuff .engine, there's probably better generic good stuff .engines that we could run with the medieval. Like, I hate the fact that medieval is just such a crux card. I really do. Because it's just like, oh, why am I wasting my time playing all this dino shit when I could just play medieval Galactmon with Vortextramon? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. So what's the most efficient way to get up into those cards? Obviously not dinosaurs. So therefore, why am I wasting my time with all of this dinosaur shit? Like, I think, like, that's the biggest problem with, like, hyper generic, super powerful level 6 Digimon. Is, like, you get into the situation where it's just like, why the fuck am I playing all of these, like, cool cards when I could just run best engine of color dot generic top end dot deck. So I think for the sake of the experiment, I'm probably just going to keep it here. And I'm going to probably forego the Vortex, even though Vortex is, like, really good. Just for Omnimon, so that way we could try to do, like, Omni for game type strats, because we do have X antibody that we could synergize with it that we're already playing. So that way we could be like, okay, Dinomon mid-attack because of X antibody into Omnimon X. Wipe the field, do shenanigans, have rush. Yeah. Plus he's still, like, a blocker also. It's not the greatest. Like, maybe Vortex is still just better, like, fundamentally. But this also gives the deck access to bottom decking, which it doesn't have. Which I think is, like, kind of important. To play Devil's Advocate, why don't you just run 4 Sylphies in your blue Time Stranger deck? I mean, yeah. I said that a while ago. Like, If you're just playing Time Strangers, like, just run Sylphie Engine, dot whatever top end you want, and then you're good. It's just the blue, so, I'm gonna save this for a second. Do I have blue team? So, like, yeah, you could just run Sylphie package to easily get up into the Sylphie level 5, supplement the Sylphie level 5 with whatever additional level 5 you feel like would be good, and then just run whatever level 6s you want. Like, yes, that is very much a true statement and sentiment that a lot of Time Stranger decks are actually leaning into. The big thing with the blue package more specifically is you have some cute combo plays. Do I have it built? That's Wargrey, that's Zephy, that's Imperial. Time Stranger slop? No, this is just hard playing stuff. I don't think I have blue Time Strangers built right now. I think I had to delete it or something. But I guess we'll just go here. So, so the big thing with blue Time Strangers is you have these two cards which work very well with each other. And then you also have Divermon, which is obviously the better top end that combos insanely well with Sharkmon. So, like, that's kind of what blue is doing, is it has a little bit of a deeper tech and toolbox for playing blue more specifically. But if you just want to, like, you don't care about what your abilities are doing and any specific synergies between them, yeah, there's zero reason not to just go Sylphimon dot Time Stranger top end. Like, zero reason. Is Time Stranger pile any good? It's okay. Like, it has its very obvious weaknesses because, like, at least, like, if you're just playing Olympus 12 top end, like, you just are trying to hard drop these, which means Homeros is arguably the most important card in the entire deck. And then, yeah, you just hard drop your level 6s and hope the opponent can't deal with your level 6s because you're trying to loop Venusmon's ability and Neptunemon's ability, and then stall out with Merva as well. Like, you got good defensive plays with Merva that stalls into Venus, and then you're trying to use Neptune or Maruki to close out games. Like, it's okay. Like, obviously, I like Maruki Rush because I'm a filthy degenerate OTK player, so this deck speaks to me on a more spiritual level. But most people just, like, if you just want to play Time Stranger slop, like, legitimately Time Stranger slop, you're just trying to play Sylphie top end. Like, that's probably the most generic way you could play any Time Stranger outside of using blue Titans more than blue Iliad. Because blue Iliad, you have the intended design combos, but they're not very good. And they're overly complicated for, like, no real reason, when it's just easier to use blue Titans, and you have way more control tech to try to manage and mitigate what the opponent is trying to do. I think you derailed the top end, or the deck building. I mean, yes, but that's fine. Like, I gotta build blue Titans. Oops. Yeah, so, like, blue Titans just uses, like, generic low end. Then you use these two, and then you use these two, like, and then obviously you use the other stuff. You played the Megazoo style last weekend at locals, only played 2 Maruki, which made me miss the ability to close out games. Yes. Maruki's so good. Alright, so, I think trying to reel things back and get things back on track, I think we're probably okay with this for dinos. Yes, there's other stuff that you could play, this is definitely not a solved deck. This is just where my mind leads the deck to want to be towards. Like, this just feels like the current progression of where you're supposed to go with the deck. Obviously, there's other tech level 7s you could run, and then you're going to have to change your options to accommodate your tech level 7. I guess technically you could just always play Jade Memory Boost and then just run whatever level 7 you want. But if you're planning on using red level 7s, then you definitely want to try to change and adjust the build to be a little bit more red focused to accommodate that. You have no idea what the top end is if it's just Poseidon and Venusmon? Yeah, most of the time for blue Time Strangers, it's just Venusmon and Neptune. Because Neptune is the card you're going to be swinging with multiple times. You might not have Security Attack Plus, but you could swing 3-4 times with him alone. Because of the Egg and Danon Cannon to unsuspend. Alright. Now the hardest one. Oh boy. This is the deck I was kind of avoiding, so like I'm okay with being derailed because I really do not like heavy metal. Like, I think heavy metal is like actually kind of an awful deck. Do we have any actual examples of a heavy metal doing anything? Not in this format. Let me just click on some of the other formats, I guess. What about last format? Not last format. What about the format before that? Nope. How far back do I have to go to find a heavy metal list? BT20? Is that how far back I'm going to have to go to see anything from heavy metal? Or do I have to go even farther? Yeah, I guess BT20. Alright. I know there's a lot of changes that are going to be made. But that just goes to show, like, how bad heavy metal is. The fact that I have to go all the way back to BT20 and there's, like, literally only one result. And this is the result. Oh, what are we doing here? What are we legitimately doing here? I wonder, does Eggman have anything as far as heavy metal? I don't think it does. Even on the casual side? This is BT21, so I need to go back further. Special Booster 2.5. Has heavy metal done anything in the English format here? The answer is no. 2.0. I don't even think in 2.0 heavy metal did anything. I don't think heavy metal has literally any English data. Which I would trust and rely a little bit more than Japanese data, but I guess having literally something versus nothing is probably for the better. Alright. First, get rid of the EX7 heavy metal. Yeah, so BT20 was his last big update outside of BT24. And it looks like they were just using Dogagent.heavy metal. How bad was this deck? Oh my god. I have to literally replace everything about it. I literally have to replace everything about it. Alright. So I guess first let's start off with what are the newest of the new cards for heavy metal. So we got a new Yaman. So at the start of our main phase, this Digimon can digivolve into a darker evil dragon from our trash and reduce the costs by 1 if this effect Digivolve, trash 2 cards in our hand. I think we kind of are forced to play this, right? Super bad. No, this deck is awful. This deck is, like, legitimately terrible. Now it's actually decent. Is it, though, Luffy? Is it? Or is that just the copium? If it's the copium, I'm not blaming anyone. We have a new Itmon. Trash 1 card, then gain a memory. If we have 1 or fewer Tamers in play, we get to play purple. Yeah. I think I'll just bump this up for right now. I know this is probably going to end up changing, and this might end up changing as well. But yeah, so like, this is an example of just play Dog Engine. Like, this, what you just saw before I started changing it was literally what I was just talking about, where it's just like, oh, why am I playing this when I could just be playing better stuff? Like, Loudmon seems pretty great. Punkmon. When attacking, trash 2 cards from your hand, then this Digimon can Digivolve and reduce the, can Digivolve into Dark Evil Dragon, in the trash with the Digivolution cost reduced. So, we'll just... what does the new Loud do? On play when Digivolving, trash 2 cards from our hands, then delete one of the opponent's Digimon with as much DP as one of your Darker Evil Dragon traded Digimon, guessing it's referencing the field. Then, during all turns, if you have 4 or fewer cards, all of your Darker Evil Dragons have Scapegoat. That's not bad. So, what are the other heavy metals doing? I know this one is pretty okay still. Does this have... Yeah, it has the same security attack plus inheritable clause. What is this one doing? So this gives us Raid and Piercing. Yeah, so this is very clearly the worst one. I probably would say this is the second. Is this the second best one? Or is this just de facto? Like, this might be the de facto best one, but this one's not bad. Raid and Piercing seems pretty good. The new Punk is cracked? Yeah, he's in here. So what exactly does this heavy metal even do? On play when Digivolving, end of attack, we get to discard 2 cards from our hand to delete one of the opponent's unsuspended Digimon. Then, if you have 4 or fewer cards in your hand, we get to play a level 5 or lower Evil Dragon, Dark Dragon, traded Digimon from our trash for free. All turns, when any of your Evil or Dark Dragon would leave the battle area, if we have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, English is hard, trash the top card of the opponent's security. It doesn't say instead. So you still die, you just trash the top card of their security. He's a okay 2 of, I could see. He looks sick though. This art is so good. Like, Heavy Metal's just got such a good design. Like, I understand why people like him. I'm not saying they're not allowed to like him. It's just, for such a sick design, it's just so unfortunate he's just bad. Yeah, so this is the mem setter. So we'll replace that with this. We get to get rid of these options because we're not running any X antibody stuff. We get to get rid of this. I think we still have to keep the Nidhogg for discard fodder. It can kill Ex Machina in a single attack if you evo into it mid-attack. The DP boost is useful sometimes. Oh, for Loud? Yeah. I think this one's just the worst one. I'm almost... Trash 2, trash 2. I think maybe we do just cut EX7 Loud. Because this is basically doing the same thing. Yeah, so we just cut EX7 Loud. And we just up this one. We doing Zephica and Vortex today. I might play a couple of games with it after all of the deck building. But I already have it built. There's a couple of changes that I want to make to it, though. Or puppets. Yeah, on my previous theory crafting stream, I did those, but I could probably, like, at least, like, with puppets, I could re-look at it. And then with Vortex, I already have one built, and I was playtesting it. So if you become a channel member, you could have seen my first initial playtesting of Vortex. I might do that a little bit more, where it's just like if I'm bored, I'll just like record a couple of games really quickly, and then kind of just like post that as a channel member video instead of like making a whole dedicated video to it, because I still have to like actually work on the deck. And those early games were rough because I was trying to learn how that deck works. So why is this heavy metal bad? Like, this one still doesn't seem that bad to me, because it could play out the ace, right? Like, I know the ace is, like, the new card, like, the new hotness, but... Oh, EX7 loud is trash? Yeah. So we get to trash 2 cards from our hand, then delete one of the opponent's Digimon with as much DP as this Digimon. End of your turn, we get to play a card with Evil Dark Dragon or Evil Dragon with the play cost of 8 from our trash, and for each card in our hand, we increase the... it makes the ability worse for each card we have in our hand. There we go. Nailed it. I know the deck is like super level 6 heavy, but that's because we're playing 2 Nidhogg's as fodder. Then we still gotta work on here. So I think I have all of the EX11 cards in here, so now we could go to BT24. So with BT24 we have the Guilmon. So this is the searcher for the deck, right? So I think we do only play 2 of these. And then we're running at least 2 searchers. Or is there another Impmon that we would rather play instead? Almost a solid card. Yeah, because this also is going to be treated as an evil. It digivolves. The digivolution's negligible. Then we have this, so we get a... If you have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, we get to play a Purple Tamer from our trash for free. Do we have a Loudmon that's setting up a Yuki? If we don't, then I think we do just play it. Probably as a 3 of. Guilmon's a 4 of? Yeah. It's just trying to stray away from generic tools like this feels very difficult. So for the time being, I'll just do it. Yeah, because the Guilmon is the searcher for the deck, because her Digimon's Impmon, right? Imp. So this is the other searcher. So is... Maybe we go down... Oh, wait. No, we go down 2 of this. And then we run 2 of this. And then we could go down 2 of this and run 2 of something else. Because we kind of need this card to help play our Tamers from our trash. EX7 Punk plays Yuki. This is for Millstrat. That's not helpful. The retail is funny, but it's in there just to play out Tamers. Oh, here's the other one. This reduces the Digivolution by 1, so this is almost doing the same thing as this. This is the other card I was looking for. So I guess we got like some balancing with our level 3s. Because if this is the only 4 of, like what are our other, like do we even need this Impmon? Or do we have enough ability to play out our Tamers? I think we probably don't even need this card. Thinking about it now. So do we just up on the searches? Or do we want to limit our searches? Because this one, when we move out, we get to discard a card and just gain a memory, which helps set us up a little bit. So I think this is kind of just better than this. But I could see us going like 2-2 and then 2 on this, just in case. You can loop Growlmon to keep spamming Tamers and trash. Yeah, the Growlmon's really good. Is Growlmon a 4 of? Or do we just need Punkmon instead? Because we have Punkmon to set up our Yuki. This gives us blocker and retail. If you have a solid choice between EX7 Punk and new Growlmon for combo shenanigans, yeah, because we don't need both, right? Like, obviously both seems a little excessive. If you have 4 or fewer cards in your hand, we get to play a purple tamer from our trash. And then this is just more DP if we have 1 or fewer tamers. I think we don't run EX7 Punk. Honestly, I think Growlmon is just better than Punk, right? Like, granted, we have to have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, but that's kind of like where this comes into play. Is we could start discarding our cards from our hands. Early game, Growlmon is kind of offline. Yeah, so I think I'll start off with a 2-2 split. Where's BT24 Megidramon? We're getting there. So I think because this card's offline in the early game and this card's not, like, I think this is just more consistent, but most of the time you're only playing 2 setters anyway. So the big question is, do we want to offset, with another Punk, or do we just run 3 and 3? I think maybe right now we could just be fine with 3 and 3. And we'll just acknowledge the fact that, like, our Punkmons really aren't doing anything. But this card I do think is kind of nice to have. So maybe we do just keep it at 2 and 2. Just to have the options. BT20 is cute defense tech. I just like it for the discard. That's the only reason why I like it. Otherwise, I think this card is wholly not needed. But this card's discarding us 2 cards, so I guess it isn't needed. So this is a 4 of. Yeah, I think it's not needed, and we just go 3 and 3. Like, 3 tamer setter for early game, 3 tamer setter for late game. And then we obviously have our God Punk. I think that's probably correct. I don't know how important the defense is, so I don't know if we need this or not, but we could obviously, like, trim this down a little bit to squeeze in the space for it. Then we have our loud setup. I don't know if we need 8 louds or if we're fine with 7 louds. So that's the part I don't need. I probably will start off with 8, but I feel like based on our option slots, we might be a little pressed. What is Megidramon even doing? Here you are. So, from our trash, if we have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, one of our evil or dark dragon traded Digimon can Digivolve into this card without paying the cost. Hello. On play, when Digivolve, on delete all of the opponent's lowest level Digimon. That's alright. Free Evo? Yeah. Now check her emblem. I know her emblem just searches for, like, her emblem's trigger relies on us playing our tamers. So that's why I'm kind of, like, okay going the 3-3 split here. We need more Yukis, though. So, let's get rid of all of these options. And what are the Yukis that we're going to be running? So we have 3 different Yukis, right? We have 1 Yuki, 2 Yuki, 3 Yuki. So the free Evo from trash is kind of crazy. Yeah, so I think we're okay with only needing 1, I guess. Because, like, unfortunately, we still have to run Nidhogg for memory gain. So this is basically just a nothing card. Like, this might not even count as a actual level 6, like, in my brain, because this is literally just trash fodder. You could also look into Growl from BT24. Oh, I forgot about that. So from our trash, if we have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, we could play this card for reduced cost of 2. On play, delete a level 4. I mean, I guess you could run that over, like, one of this Loudmon. On delete, we get to play a level 4 Dark Dragon from our trash for free. So that's basically like playing Guilmon or Punk or something. Obviously, this would be really good with the defense Punk. So that way we discard a card and then we could gain blocker and retail. I'm not super sold on this, though. I really am not. If it was kind of like Megidra, because, like, the idea is you can use Megidra in combination with, like, your heavy metals to set up a second level 6 Digimon. So, like, all of these play out pretty much a Digimon, and then you could use Megidra to Digivolve into it for free. So, like, I think that's kind of, like, Megidra does feel like a good card for the deck as, like, a good tech 1 of. The entire Megidra line is pretty interesting. Yeah, it's really good. Megidramon just seems like a very solid card. I do apologize if my speech for a hot second is going to be a little bit muffled. I'm just grabbing a lozenge. Oh. Alright. So again, I apologize. I'm grabbing a lozenge. It is honey flavored. Alright. Like, honestly, I think I would only run Wargrowl if I was running the defense Punk. And I think this is only, like, a good tech 1 of. Because this just feels like a worse version of the other Louds. Like, I think Loudmon is just the preferred card. But we need to look at Yukis. Because we need the emblem. The emblem is probably going to be like a 3 of by default. So what are our Yukis actually doing and how much of what do we want? So if we have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, we get to suspend this tamer and one of our evil or dark dragon Digimon can attack. So end of turn attack is pretty good. This is... in our main, if we have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, we could suspend this tamer to Digivolve from our trash. So this seems pretty important. This seems a little less important. So So I know probably like a good default is just 2, 2, and 2. Start of main and on play. By discarding a card, we get a gain of memory. Hello. That's already pretty good. When one of your Digimon attacks, if you have 4 or fewer cards in your hand, you can Digivolve and reduce the Digivolution by 1, and Digivolving is from the trash, which is pretty good. So you discard the card that you want to Digivolve into, you swing, you Digivolve into said card with a reduction of 1. End of all turns, if you have 4 or fewer cards in your hand, by suspending this tamer, return an evil... Okay, so this basically just grabs you whatever you need. So if I were to run any kind of tamer, I think this one's like... Digivolving from our trash is good, but like this is just grabbing everything in our trash. We might not even need this card. I kind of still want to keep it, but I think it is 2/3/2. 4 of the new Yuki is cracked. You're probably right. I think maybe this card isn't needed. Because if the idea is we're going to be using this anyway, then this Yuki probably just is not needed. Yeah, Yuki allows looping Nidhogg. The issue with EX7 is it's not reducing the cost. Yeah, that's kind of my problem. Is like, if the condition is still kind of the same, the only difference is this just lets you Digivolve. This... Yeah, we have to attack to Digivolve, but yeah, they're basically the same, so we do just get rid of that, and we do just run 4 of this. You're right, chat. This Yuki is just so much better than the 3-drop one, because most of the time we're just going to be playing it for free, so its play cost actually just doesn't really matter. So, yep, you're right. Then what's the stupid option? Option. Here we go. This Black Sabbath. So I think we do need, or do we even need a Black Sabbath? I don't think we need a Black Sabbath. So we should probably look back at the delays. Yeah, Black Sabbath. Setter is 2 or 3. Yeah, I have it at 2 right now, just for deck space. Sometimes you just drop it 1 turn. It's not a bad play. What, Black Sabbath or just dropping a Yuki? How much do we hate Vortex is gonna question Black Sabbath. We hate Vortex a lot. I don't think this deck beats Vortex without Black Sabbath. All right. So now that we have like a base build, let's try to refine it a little bit, because we might be able to trim down on our ratios. So, question chat, is the BT19 Imperial actually a good card for this deck? It's for a Vortex Dramon matchup? Yeah. No, 100%. I think like the deck needs Black Sabbath, otherwise it's not winning against Vortex. So the big question now is, let's try to trim some of the fat, because I feel like the deck still is a little on the fatty side, and we could try to trim some of it down. BT19 isn't needed? Okay. So we're cutting that, and do we play Discard Imp, or do we play EX7 Searcher Imp? Or, yeah, so do we play more Discard Imp, Digivolution Reduction Imp, or Searcher Imp? 3 to 4 of the new Imp? Okay, that answers that question. I'm going to trim the fat, so I'm going to be running 11 and 9. So I'm going to go 11, 9, 7, just to try to make space for stuff. So that means we can cut one of these two. Actually, I have an idea. If we're going to be trimming the fat, we could be cute with it. Yeah, let's be cute with our fat trimming here. So we could run one of this, so that way we're at 9 level 4s. We'll run 2 of the growls and then 2 of the punks. So we have our options on how we're setting up our tamer. And then we're going to run 1 defensive punk. We're going to get rid of 1 of the EX11 louds and run a Growlmon. We're going to run 1 of this Growlmon just for like the tech ability of it. So that way we can have this Growlmon bring back this Punkmon specifically. Like, I know we're going into like tech 1 of territories, but because this is a purple deck and we're just trying to discard our entire hand anyway, and basically play everything out of our trash, having a lot of tech 1 cards for this type of a deck isn't necessarily like the worst thing in the world. Also, discard Imp gives us memory. Yeah. No, I agree. Honestly, I could probably cut this card. No, maybe I can't because of this. What are our other Yamons? So this was the Yamon from the previous Yamon. So when attacking, if we have 4 or fewer cards in our hand, this Digimon can attack and Digivolve into a Okay, so this is basically just when attacking, get a Digivolve. So this is just functionally better. Creepier, but better. Yeah, I think this is the play. So like we have these two that are basically being very similar, and then we have these two that are being similar. So I think that's fine for rookies. Are we going generic cards for this list, or purely not counting Nidhogg? No, I think I'm not going to be running any like super generic cards outside of Nidhogg. Cuz Yuki looping Nidhogg might be good enough. And the only other generic cards we're going to be running are options, which is why I'm trying to like trim the fat right now, is just to squeeze in more options. So, what's a good... I know the fattiest area is our level 6s. So, what is a good level 6 lineup? Is it literally just 2, 2, and 2? Like, is that good enough? Old Yamon has a slightly different playstyle and is less reliant on Yuki. New one is outright better. Yeah. I could tuck in, like, if I really wanted to have, like, just a 5th egg. Like, it's not terrible as a 5th egg. I don't think the deck needs it, but if people wanted to, they could tech this in as a 5th egg. But I do think the new one is just straight up better. It's just an upgrade. So with our heavy metals, EX7 scatter mode is an option for heavy metal. So we get a treasure card from our hand in return. It's not bad. Would I play that over the punk, though? Like, if we're going to go a tech card, would we rather have BT20 punk be a tech 1 of, or EX7 scatter mode be a tech 1 of? Because we're only doing that because of War Growl. You don't think you need the ace? EX7 Eismon has is an option for heavy metal EX11. It is. So is the punk. But I guess like more cards, like trading the card that you want probably might be better. So I can concede that. Like as a tech 1 of, to be revived and then discard a card, grab what you want, and then do what the deck needs to do anyway. Maybe that is better. No, I think trash retrieval is probably better. You're right. Scatter mode's not needed anymore. I could still see the usability of it. I could. Like, it's between punk and scatter. So, like, it really just depends on the playlines that you're taking. A normal EX11 heavy metal play would leave you handless. The ace is needed. The whole point of the ace is to slam rush to finish with Yuki end of turn attack. I think the ace is needed. Because, like, you have the other two heavy metals that are very clearly setting up level 5 Digimon. So that opens you to ace bait the opponent pretty easily. And if you have Loudmon, you can scapegoat to sacrifice your heavy metal to then keep your level 5 around. And then you could ace, and then you could try to use the ace to reset up another Digimon. Or, like, buy yourself enough time to reset up another Digimon. If you have no cards left in your hand, you're forced to pass. I could see cutting the ace down to a 1 of, because we have, like... So, if we have scatter mode and we have Yuki to retrieve cards, then, like, we could cut ace down to a 1 of. But I do think the ace is, like, incredibly important for the deck. Or, like, important enough to want to keep it around. But Luffy runs 0, 3, and 3. So is it 0 EX7 heavy metal, then 3 heavy metal EX11, and then 3 ace? Or is it 0 ace, 3, and 3? It's a break in hand for 1 memory. I think Nidhogg is not that needed. I could go down a Nidhogg. I think 1 Nidhogg still is needed, because you're still going to be discarding cards, and that's, like, the whole point. But I could see, like, having too many Nidhoggs being a problem, because you want to grab back, like, useful cards. You're a 3 ace believer? Okay. Are we okay with 1 Nidhogg, or do we think we need 2? I think, like, 2 is just for the consistency factor on trying to see it a little bit more. Yeah. I'm going to go 2. So, I'm going to go 2, 2, and 2. And then I'm going to do 1 and 2. I think, like, that's pretty okay. That gives us 4 extra card slots. So, we could run some of the generic delay options. So, probably 1 purple scramble. And then we get wisdom training. I guess maybe not this art. There we go. Because I don't necessarily think we need the memory boosts because we have the emblems. Although maybe we do need the memory boosts instead of this. Just because we have a lot of cost reduction, but we don't have a lot of memory gen. But this also doesn't find our Yukis, so maybe that's a problem. Like, Yuki would rather be better off in the trash than at the bottom of our deck. We could run like a Mist memory boost, but I don't know if Mist memory boost is needed for this. Maybe Mist memory boost is better than Wisdom training if that's the case. Jack Raid is also an option. Yeah. So how about we go 2 Mist memory boosts and a Jack Raid? Just because Jack Raid's like just still one of the dumbest cards ever. Because we do have a lot of like memory expenditure in our hand. Like, it's also just a free card to use to reduce our hand size, which isn't terrible either. I mean, you're part red. You could grab Crimson Blaze and Grav Crush. Fair. I am kind of, well, I do have a lot of red. Never mind. I'm like, yeah, but do we think Mist Memory Boost is better than like just playing a normal Memory Boost? Or would we rather just run a training card instead? Because we got a lot of efficiency. Like, we got a good amount of efficiency. The problem with the one-off option in the deck is it's most likely empty card in our hand. For the Jack Raid? Or do we just run another Black Sabbath or something? I don't know how fast this deck is actually filling up its trash. Like, it's able to discard probably faster, so maybe Jack Raid isn't super needed. And we would rather just run, like, an additional one of these options. So maybe a second Black Sabbath would be good. If you have 4, by paying 6, we get to bottom deck this and delete. No, I think Black Sabbath is just a one of. So, chat, do we think that Mist Memory Boost is better than the purple training? Hey, what's up? Zelthust. There we go. Nailed it. Got the D. Yeah, so Wisdom is better. That's what I'm thinking, just to try to find the Yukis. So we could go 3 Wisdom, 1 purple, 1 Black Sabbath, and then 3 unique emblems. You prefer Wisdom better for the choke? Yeah, I think that is the play. I think I'm trying to read into having too many cards in my trash, and I think just drawing more cards to then discard is probably just what the deck prefers. Rather than just having a big trash. It'll eventually get there, but you still need to see your cards to make play lines possible. So I think I agree with that. So, does this look good to everyone? Like, there's a lot of, like, small little tech stuff. You playing Purple Geel? Yeah, Purple Geel's right here. So, Purple Geel is actually the preferred search card, right? Reveal the top 3 cards, add 1 evil dragon, or dark knight from among them, so this only grabs 1. So it's either grabbing a Digimon or the Tamer, and then trash 1 card, and then the rest go to the bottom, and then we discard 1 card from our hand. Okay, so it's the discard that we care about. And the fact that it puts whatever we want in our trash isn't that big of a deal because we have the Guilmon. Yeah, okay. So now I'm seeing it. At this point, it's more try and adapt. Yeah. I think like we have the core relatively solid, and we're basically at this point, yes, at the trial and error stage to see what works, what doesn't work. Red Purple Geel, maybe? The only problem with Red Purple Geel is that it forces our eggs to be different. Or are you talking Geel X? Because, like, again, it doesn't necessarily mesh with the majority of the deck. Like, we're running a little bit of the Growl stuff, but not, like, that much to really warrant, like, its inclusion. We could do Growl X. Like, that's technically a card we could run. Does this have an on-play? No, it's just strictly when Digivolving. You mean the trash 2? The one that trashes 2? Which one can trash 2? This only discards 1. This mills, which is exactly the opposite mechanic of what we're trying to do. This one just gains memory if it was deleted. Then we have the Rusher. This mills, which again, wrong mechanic. Now playtest. I think there's one more deck to make. Hold on. Let me double check the list. No, she was the last one. Because I'm not going to be doing Nightmare Soldiers, Lucimon, Royal Knights, and what's the other one? Wicked Gods. Yeah, I'm not doing those today. So, yeah, I think this is pretty okay. The mill. I don't think we need the mill. Like, we're selectively putting cards into our trash on purpose to set up some abilities. And the fact that we're trying to cycle a little bit more is the idea. If anything, I'm curious, like, what level 7, set icon. All right, so, I'll, oopsies. Maybe I do just run one of this one after all. This one's not bad. It has combo plays. If anyone's curious, this is the Zeffica deck I was testing out. Zeffica's so mean. Yeah, the other Guilmons also aren't evil traded, which is important for the deck. Because they're reptiles otherwise. Unless it's specifically X antibody, then that one's a Dark Dragon. Not bad. Alright, now we actually can start playtesting some of these gosh darn Liberator decks. So I'll start with Zephiga because somebody previously asked me about that one. And I've been practicing on it. I'm still not great at the deck. I'm gonna, like, openly admit I'm not that great. That's a really good card. We Digivolve here. Ooh, that's good. We'll play Terra first before the Mucho because we want to save Mucho for specific effects later. We grab a bird, we grab the Shoto, and then we set up the Shoto. I'll just give it blocker just because. So, based on my hands, next turn I probably should play the Terra. Ooh, Vortex. We'll suspend him. Found level 4s. Do I save this level 4 or do I just move this out? Because I'm gonna give this blocker. Maybe I just Digivolve into the Kakatori and then unsuspend something. He's gonna go to 3 anyway. So maybe I do just go into Kakatori and then just suspend himself to unsuspend. And then give Kakatori blocker. How much does this? This has 4,000 DP? Yeah. Oh, I can make an attack if I wanted to. So let's just not do that. Since it really doesn't matter at this point. And then we're going to give this blocker. So he is going to move out now. He gets to gain a memory. Go to 4. I'm just missing my level 5. Oh, I guess I should check the Discord to see when the Digimon stream is on. Does Oblivimon remove my Digimon? No. Does Oblivimon remove my Digimon? Oh, I can't block. Duh. And then he just goes back up. Oh, choke me to 1. I mean, doesn't matter that much. Invisimon is a cheeky deck. Yeah, it is. I unfortunately am bricking really hard. So I have to try to draw into my level 5 here. Otherwise, I kind of just die. That's not the card I was wanting to see. Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, I am gonna have to do it on this. That's not what I wanted. Oh, I didn't have a Muchomon in my trash to do that with. Oopsies. Where'd it go? Yeah, I should be able to live this turn. Oh, he bottom decked it off of the Invisimon. That's what he did. Yeah, this is what happens when you brick, chat, and you don't see your level 5. I don't think I would be in nearly this bad of a position if I didn't brick. So it goes to show you, even the best decks can still brick and not win against some of the lesser decks. I still might be able to win if my defense is good enough. But the Invisimons are definitely a huge problem. Okay, probably not at this point. Shame I didn't find a level 5. Would have been nice. Hey, there's 2 of them. But no 4s. Yeah, he was hiding in security. That's where the level 5 was at. This is okay. It's probably better than my last hand. Whoa, what the heck? What are we doing here? I guess I'll just choke and set up this Shoto. And then next turn I'll set up this Shoto if I don't draw into anything. I could technically, like, Grand Gale maybe next turn, Vortex. They're most likely going to hide in Raising still. Setup cool. So now I just set up the other Shoto because I don't have anything else to do. Because now I'm waiting on a 4. I can't win. I can't win with this. I'm missing a piece all the time. The life of stack decks. I think once I get into a Vortex, whatever my opponent does is pretty much negligible. You got the draw Shoto, at least? Yeah. When any Digimon suspends, by suspending this Tamer, if the Digimon suspended by an effect, draw a card. So he has jamming, so he did not suspend by an effect. The training, that's a pretty okay card. Honestly, I could just Heart Slam it and just kill his Digimon. Sylphie. Okay, well, we found a 4. So now we just move up and we do stuff. So we'll suspend their Digimon here. We'll use this effect to draw. Ooh, there we go. That's what we're talking about. We Digivolve here. This just gets +3. Oh, you may suspend one Digimon, then this Digimon gets +. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it just does it by default? Okay, that's nice. So now I'm probably just going to beat this up. And then what? Nanimon gets spat out? And he has nothing in his trash, so there's like no reason not to do this. And then we get to gain a memory, gain another memory. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. I should have just vortexed. Because now my vortex won't have protection this turn. So I could play Kakatori, suspend Kakatori, unsuspend. Oh, but he doesn't have a suspended Digimon to attack with Vortex. Because I get to suspend one Digimon. If this effect's suspended your Digimon, then I don't gain the oh, wait. No, I still can make the attack. So we suspend his Digimon. That lets me unsuspend. And then we do battle, Bataru, and then I'm able to Vortex and then use this Shoto to make the attack at security. And then I get to unsuspend. And then make myself immune. Okay. Oh. There we go. I think that worked out probably the best way I could have. At least for my limited skill set. So now he's going to have to deal with this, and this is going to be a constant annoyance. Because I get to use the ability to give myself protections pretty much all the time. Yeah, I'll just Digiball this down here. So we get a swing. We will unsuspend. Then we will suspend. Draw the card, gain the immunities. Gain more DP. All the DP. Ooh, that's really good. They don't have anything, but that's fine. This unsuspends, right? Yeah. So we could go ahead and play Kakatori to have Kakatori suspend itself to unsuspend the Vortex. Make the attack. Give myself another plus 6,000. Probably could have played that here. And then give the opponent 2 memory, I guess. As I give myself blocker and piercing. Theoretically, I could Vortex and make the attack, but I don't really see a reason to. I'd rather just have it up as a blocker. Like, there's, like, actually zero reason for me to do that. Like, to make the attack. Because it could give him a potential extra resource. And right now, if he's unable to do anything about the vortex, he just automatically loses the game next turn. So, I think I'm in a pretty commanding position. Oh, I probably, since I'm in gameplay mode, need to have my character hop over. And boop. There we go. I hope everyone saw that fantastic hopping animation. I don't know what my opponent's doing, but it does not look very good. A Nani-mon? Nani? Are they just trying to be like a Sylphie deck? Like using a DM engine to DNA into Sylphie? Is that their big goal? Oh, that's premium DP reduction. So, what does this do? By trashing your top security, one of your opponent's Digimon gets 6,000 DP reduction? Okay. So what? I just Digivolve here, suspend his Digimon? Or do I Digivolve here? No, I think I just Digivolve here, suspend his Digimon. And then just ignore his effects. So, we get a suspended Digimon. Give myself the immunities, draw 2 cards. Unsuspend. Because you can only do that once. And then I just pass the turn somehow, and then unsuspend Vortex into his thing. Unsuspend. Unsuspend. Oh, I can't Vortex? Why couldn't I Vortex? Oh, he didn't have a suspended Digimon. Right. Misplay. I was trying to be cute with the Vortex. I was misplayed. I don't think my opponent can win, though. He doesn't have any security, though. So we get to see them scramble at 8 memory. Memory? Okay. Want to play a game? I want to test something as well. Yeah, after this we could, I could do a viewer battle. That's fine. As long as you promise not to look at my security. Or my hand. I mean, I'll just eat the damage. It's fine. He can't kill this. At least not right now. Well, I technically could just block and then oh, he won't be able to partition because it's through battle. Oh, this is not the battle one. I don't know what my opponent is doing. I understand the point of their deck is using the DM engine to get a whole bunch of sources underneath. So Ty can hit for security attack plus at a lot and then DNA into Sylphimon. Like, I understand that whole point. I just failed to see why this is good. Vortex only says attack an opponent's Digimon. Like, he can't suspend, otherwise his Digimon dies, and everything he just did, he's gonna have to have another Sylphie. And how many Sylphies did he already go through? He went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a high likelihood he just doesn't have another one. But Shoto says Vortex. Yeah, that's where I'm curious. I'm just like, where did I go wrong? Like, if the opponent has... Oh, the opponent had unsuspended Digimon. That's why. So that's where I went wrong is the partition. So I didn't need to remove his Digimon, and I could have literally just played anything else and then vortexed for game. So that's where things started to go wrong. We'll do a Mucho. Yeah, so I also missed this trigger because I thought I could block, and I don't think I could. Yeah, the attack target can't be switched, so that's where I went wrong here. Is, I thought I could block, but I couldn't. So I should have just took the unsuspend, or just took the trigger and then got his Digimon off the field immediately. Because now he could try DNAing again. Yeah, so he has another DNA. I mean, he went through the majority of his deck. Oh, the recovery +1's big. So weird. I mean, they have to DNA. There's no choice. That looks like the wrong play. Another Vortex. We'll suspend and gain 6,000. We'll draw 2 cards because we got lots of triggers. We'll suspend, gain plus 3,000. Doesn't matter. We'll go into a second one. Just so goofy. Like, I know I prolonged this this whole game. Yeah, there we go. I think 7 Sylphies? Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I hit the loading glitch, chat. Alright. So let's go ahead and exit out. And then we gotta load the game back up. Alright, somebody said they wanted to viewer battle me. That was Zell. So, do you need, like, matchup knowledge or something? Or are you just looking for a game to test something? So, here's my room code, Zell. Test. All right, here's my room code. So that way you could just copy it. Ugh. So I'll just be waiting for you then. Which server? Only US server is viable. The other servers got shut down. Yeah, it's like budgeting constraints, essentially, is why they got shut down. Can't seem to find it. Here, hold on. Oh. Configure servers, US server. Battle. Create a room. Here, I'll make a new one really quickly. Alright. So I'm in the US server, the only active server there is. Although it feels kind of good going through all of those liberator decks. I'm not going to lie. And now it's testing and refining. Check the game version. Yeah, I'm on the most updated version. So if you're not on, what is it, 1.1.4? DCGO? Patches. So the next patch is going to be in March with BT25. That might be off. But the game should be on 1.1.4. That's beta. FAQ. Yeah, so the game's on 1.1.4.0, I believe. Yeah. So here's the latest version as of February 12th. So it's not a new build. Have you tried Mega Digimon Assembly with the deck? Oh, that's such a good call out. No wonder. I could edit the deck real quick. Hold on. I could probably take out a cool boy for it. I totally keep forgetting this is a card. There's no real... Okay, so I could take out one of those. Okay, here we go. Maybe play a game while I fix this? Okay. I updated, can I update the game? Oh, do you need the website to download the updated version? We could keep this, I guess. I'll shoot you the link for it. Just because I do get this question, like, quite a lot. So that should give you quick and easy access at finding what you need. Ooh, do we take the Unchain? I think we have to take the Unchain. As much as I want the Dolphmon. I have the Menicmon to try to search me for stuff. Okay, so they are playing the Missed Memory Boost that I was debating about. Darn. So now they have 0 cards in their hand. Am I forced to do stuff here? I think maybe I am. Link from Digivolution source. Play an Unchain. Their Digimon, that's end of attack, so I could keep this all turns when any of your would leave the battle area. Do I just keep it stunned? Link from... Yeah, I'm already linked. So, link from hand. Oh, there's a Mega. Reveal the top 3, add 1 card from its text among them to our hand, return the rest to the bottom, then we can link this. Okay, so we don't link here. Do not link. Then this will allow us to de-digivolve. So when attacking, when attacking, this Digimon linked with a Mechamon can digivolve. Okay. So I just swing over his Digimon, right? And then he just automatically loses the game? Well, you have 4 if you're gain security tech +1. Yeah. Link from this Digimon's Digivolution source, because why not? And then this can go under here. There. Easy peasy. Which folder do I substitute? Just the whole thing, I guess? I don't know what your computer setup is, but just kind of the whole thing. So chat, what were you exactly saying about this being able to beat this deck? He got to 0 cards in hand, and then just immediately lost the game because he lost his main body. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't. Oh, this deck's goofy, though. I'll give it that. It's really goofy. We could keep this. I call skill issue? He had no Yuki? You can hop in? Yeah, okay. After this, you can hop in. Chris, are you doing anything else? Or are you just waiting for the D&D time? Oh, I was just wondering, time frame, what are we looking at? So that way I know to stop streaming.
Oh, I would say just probably wrap up around 5:30.
5:30? Okay.
I haven't talked to Joe yet, but you can call him real quick.
Because I know I said earlier that I got D&D later, but I want to know, like, more so when's a harder cutoff. Ghosts? Ghosts is interesting. Oh no, my Unchain. He goes away. I needed that. I actually kind of needed that card. Please don't bottom deck another Unchain. Okay, cool.
Oh, I don't know what's happening with Alice, but she, like, pocket dialed me, like, 4 times today.
Did I?
And every time I try to actually call her, she doesn't pick up.
This doesn't have security attack +1. It's only doing 1 damage. Do I just de-digivolve this? Like, do I do my combo and de-digivolve it and see what happens? Oh, no, he's just going to attack and execute. Okay. Ooh, a cool boy. Oh, I don't get my Unchain. But I do get another Namekamon. Do I take it? Or do I just take a backup 6? I think I just take it. Batman! Does he have enough memory gain? He's got 1 memory gain. And then he gets to flood the field. Can I deal with the field? So I could delete 1 Digimon. I could stop 1 from digivolving. I could suspend and vortex. And then he gets to play 1 more Digimon. Oh, he gets to Digivolve. Right. Metal Fant. So I have to de-Digivolve the Metal Fant. And then he returns the Necro to his hand. No, the Phantom. Okay. We'll link from our Digivolution source. We'll pop one of you just to play it on the safe side. Digivolve here. Play Digimon. There's the Unchain. Okay. Then we will link this. To delete. Probably this one. All right. Are we in business? Probably not. Maybe I should have linked one from my hand so I could have evolved and played the Unchained. That's probably what I should have done. So I what? Swing with this because I get a Digivolve? So I could suspend something. On play, when digivolving, when attacking. Once per turn, de-digivolve 2. I think I just do this. For 3. Then we de-digivolve. And we stop this from digivolving. Uh-oh, a violet. Oh, I can't do that. Oopsies. This links how? At the end of your turn, 2 of my Digimon can DNA. Then we link from our hand to keep our Digimon around. Link from our sources. Not exactly the greatest plays, I will say that. He gets to gain a memory when any of your Digimon would digivolve. Okay. So this can't digivolve, so he has to spend more memory here, so I guess that's kind of something. If he's unable to get rid of my Digimon, though, that's going to be good for me. He gets to set up a second Violet. So he gets a free evolution here. Yeah, then he's gonna be able to gain the memory back. Does he have retail? He does not have retail. Okay. So I still have 1 protection on my main body. So he will potentially get to execute again. Is that a once per turn redirect? It is. Yeah, unfortunate. And then he gets to digivolve again. Oh, speak of the devil. So when attacking, I de-digivolve? We'll prevent... Yeah, we'll just prevent this from digivolving. He's probably gonna block here. Another violet? Oh boy. None of them are mem setters, so I think I do just do this. Link from trash. Link from hand. Suspend and attack. All right, cool. So now let's see what they can do. A 21k Machina X that can redirect 2 attacks. Can't be DP reduced. All that fun stuff. So he'll get to start his turn at 4 memory, which is a lot. So I guess they have to try to kill me here. Are they able to? Like, are they low-key able to? I don't know if they are. So he gets his warp play. He gets to give a Digimon rush, right? Yeah, he needs to save the rush. Yeah, sorry if this match is taking a little bit longer than I thought. Doulahan? Is he gonna gain enough memory to maintain turn? He's got retail. Yeah, I delete his body, which probably does matter. And then he gets to play out a 6, he gets to play out a 5, he'll gain some memory. So he prevents himself from dying here because I only have 1 linked card left. The blocker doesn't matter because I could just suspend it. Oh, I guess he could Digivolve. So he could out my Machinamon by Digivolving into the Doulahan here. Yeah, and then I lose the Unchain. That's pretty big. Oh, is he gonna give me more memory? Does this unsuspend me? And then he gets to play out another level 6. What do you think about Ex Machina? I heard someone says that it's the second best control deck after Royal Knights. No. Very much no. My opponent right now is literally walking all over me. Oh, this is reboot. This is piercing. Do I want the reboot? Or do I want the piercing here? I think maybe I want the reboot. I guess we just take the extra level 5. Link from hand. Um... I wish I had, like, Rush or some way to actually close out the game here. Like, if I had, like, the ability to make one more attack, that's all I needed. Because giving 5 seems really bad. So, I do have Reboot. Oh, I should have attacked into a Digimon. I'm an idiot. I had Maneuver. I should have attacked into the Bakemon. And then I would have unsuspended, and then that would have been game. I'm such an idiot. Ugh. Chimeramon? No. No space. No, I fucked up. So I should have attacked into his Digimon, deleted it. Instead of Reboot, I should have put Piercing in. Yeah, I had the play line and I fucked it up. Because I had Piercing here, I would have been able to attack into here, pierce his Digimon, deal the 1 damage, deleted a Digimon, unsuspended, swung for game. So I had lethal and I threw it. Yeah, and because I didn't DNA, I don't have all the protections. Yeah, I threw that game so hard. That was the biggest punt ever. But that's because I'm not used to the deck yet. I should have probably thought about it a little bit more. Alright. So it could be the second best control deck. I don't think it's a control deck. It feels very mid-rangey to me. So, like, control in Digimon is not control in the traditional sense. Every single deck in the entire game can remove bodies without even thinking about it. So, traditional sense of control in which my Digimon deletes your Digimon is fundamentally not what control in Digimon actually means. Control in Digimon actually just means the ability to stop the opponent from winning the game. That's what control actually means. It doesn't actually mean removal. So, in that instance, I completely and utterly failed to control the opponent's field. So, therefore, it's not really a controlled deck. It is more of a mid-range deck that has some control-like tendencies. There's not enough data to even make that claim. Yeah, exactly. Like, Royal Knights is the best control deck in the entire game because they have Surprise Omekamon into Omni X into completely wiping your field during your own turn. That's what makes Royal Knights the best control deck in the entire game. I would almost argue maybe the second best control deck is probably Demon Lords and then Dark Masters. Like, these decks have a very particular play style and play pattern that more distinctively define them as control. I'll mute me for the match. That's fine. What about Hoodie? Hoodie is aggro. Hoodie is as aggro can be aggro. Hoodie's an aggro deck with mid-range like tendencies. Because the majority of their power is on their level 4s and 5s. Because they're just trying to DNA loop into a win, essentially. So there's actually like very few true blue control decks in Digimon. Like very few. I would argue Tyrant is probably more of a control deck than this. Oh, what is this? Is this a mem setter? Yeah, it is. I had to go for it, chat. I had to go for it. I'm probably going to get punished so hard here for playing this Namekamon. Or, Manicmon. Yeah, most decks are aggro to OTK decks. Like, literally most decks in the entire game of Digimon. Ooh, there's the Unchain. I have a level 6. So I think I do just go up and try to control the field. Found another Unchained. I have so many Unchains. He gets to grab a card back, so I guess that's something. Oh, that's definitely not what I really intended. I don't exactly have another level 4. What does this do? Oh, one of my Digimon. Okay, so I could just hard play this. Oh, there's another level 4. And I think now I have all my Unchains. What I probably should have done was Digivolve into the Dolphmon, now that I think about it. So that way I could have Digivolved one of these and set up another Unchain. It's probably what I should have done. Megazoo style Olympus 12. Yeah, that's more of a control deck. Olympus 12 Megazoo. Yeah, the whole point of a control deck is to slow down the game's speed. I'm not trying to slow down the game's speed with this deck. It feels just like every other stack deck. You do have a mem setter. We'll take the... Oh, God. All of these are bad. We'll take the backup 6. Or, no. I have to take the Minimech. Then we'll Digivolve you for free into the Mueller. Mueller. We will link from this Digimon's Digivolution source. And then we'll play an Unchain. Yeah, I'm playing a little on the suboptimal side. I do understand that, but this is literally, what, the second time I loaded up this deck? So, can't really expect much. Because what I should have done was I should have spit the Unchain out. Then I would have had the memory to be able to deal with this Guilmon. Well, there's my Ex Machina in the trash. It's the one I was looking for the whole time. The deck, for what it's worth, it is unique. Hodgepodge, so it has many different effects. It's interesting, at least. Yeah, I mean, the green cards definitely very heavily incentivize you for using specifically only the green cards, and the black cards specifically reward and incentivize you for only using the black cards. So it's just trying to basically only want you to use one evolution line at a time perfectly. So it's like pair green, 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 and it basically really punishes you for doing anything but that. Same thing with black, black, and black. Mixing and matching is like only a byproduct of efficiency, but the deck very, very heavily does not want you to actually do that. Yeah, I don't need to spit this Unchain out. At least not yet. Another Dolphmon? Yeah, sure, we'll move out. Sure. Oh, there it is. Nice. Can I find... Nope. Is this an all turns? No, it's just a your turn. Okay. So I could pierce into their Digimon. Digivolve it. So this already can't unsuspend, so we'll just have Takato. this should be piercing. So that will, this will cost 2. Oh, biscuits. In a tournament right now, I'm going I got 1 win out of 3 matches so far. What are you playing, Empire? Flickmon is only for its own stack. How's the new cool boy in the list? It's fine. It's just a generic searcher. Like, the fact that he could grab other Liberator cards and, like, in a pinch, he could play out a, like, some of my Digimon is not unnoticeable. The only thing is he's not searchable, but that's the same argument for the Chrome Memory Boost and the Mega Digimon Assembly. So, Cool Boy's been doing alright. Haven't really played a whole lot of games with this deck yet. Still trying to figure it out. It's a little on the awkward side. God, I have so many lozenge wrappers. Yeah, I'm more just trying to learn the basic play lines of this deck. And kind of just figure things out from there. Trying Medusa for the first time in a tournament. Didn't have time to update it from your pulls of your box. If you had the Strachio, like, you should still be able to do something halfway decent. All my Ex Machinas are gonna be in the trash, if they're not already there. 1, 2... No, there's only 2 in the trash right now. So there's still 1 Ex Machina floating around in the deck. I think this could probably go down maybe to 2. Like, if I don't see the Ex Machina, or not from 2, from 2 to 1, if I don't see the Ex Machina, then, like, I'm kind of just stalled out on this being a brick. But I think with 2 indestructible bodies, for the most part, I'm in a relatively good spot. Ooh, Promo Gallant. Gonna play another Promo Gallant. Gonna hard slam like 3 Promo Gallants on the field. Yeah, so, like, right now my abilities are all mismatched, and it's not helping at all. So, like, I need Piercing and Unsuspend in order to deal consistent damage with this guy. but unfortunately it's on here. So my stacks are mismatched and it's just not good. It's only good when it starts fusing all together, and then I have all of the pieces for the Ex Machina. Which I did not draw. Still no Ex Machina. Can I see an Ex Machina? No. This has reboot and it can unsuspend. So this is a free kill. So now they have to choose if they want to block or not. They are indeed blocking, which means I get the unsuspend. And then I pierce. He gets to grab back a Digimon, which is kind of annoying. Oh, what do I do? I think I just control the field. Can't digivolve, can't unsuspend. Yeah. And then I'm gonna have to play like Cool Boy and hope I find an Ex Machina. No. I mean, I'm just gonna get milled out. Like, that's basically what just happened, is I didn't see my Ex Machina, and therefore I can't win the game because my stacks are too misaligned in order for them to be effective Digimon. So all they do is just grab back mill pieces. They don't even have to do that. Like, they just mill me out. Like, if they have enough mill cards, they just mill. Probably in security? Yeah, that's why you don't attack security with, like, most decks unless you're able to straight up kill them, is because then you just give the opponent unnecessary resources to just clap back. Yeah. Because he mills me 2, and then he mills me another 2, and then I lose the game. Like, there is nothing I can do about that in that situation. Like, without straight up winning the game and having good stacks lined up, this deck is not, it's not nearly as threatening. Like, it's threatening, but it's not threatening. Like, obviously, my stacks were misaligned to where I couldn't functionally play the game. You just unmuted me? Yeah, you were just gonna mill me out. I can mill 10 rounds. Yeah, I just couldn't see my Ex Machina to win the game, and if my stacks were any better built, then I could have won the game, but, like, no offense, I'm not shitting on mill decks, but I don't find them to be very enjoyable because they don't do anything. Like, I just sat there and I pretended to play the game for 20 minutes just for the game to, like, just for you to mill me out because my deck couldn't function properly. So, I think definitely taking out one of these, like, you have to run 4 of this. It's unfortunate. I was hoping you wouldn't have to, but you kind of have to. If you don't see this card, you're not playing, you're not playing this deck. You agree? You also had a bricked hand at first. It's not interactive? No. Why would I play? Like, if I'm going to play an uninteractive game, I want it to end in 3 seconds, not in 20 minutes. Like, that's why I play OTK decks, is because if I don't want to interact with my opponent, I'll play solitaire for a total of 5 minutes as I do my thing, and then the game just ends. Like, can you please not play a mill deck that doesn't do anything? Because I'm just going to play an OTK deck and just win the game in 3 turns. Uh-oh. Like, I'm not salty that I lost the game. It's just, I don't like mill decks. Like, it's just not a very fun and engaging game. Yeah, I had to reload. My game was in a glitch. No, it was 100. The last one was 100% insecurity. So there was no possible, because I didn't have any offensive play lines because my stacks were bad. You just wanted to see it work? I would hardly call that any relevant data, to be honest. It was just like, okay, we both were playing so suboptimally that I was drawing enough cards through my deck to allow a mill deck that was taking its very sweet and merry time to do whatever the fuck it wanted to do. Like, I would hardly call that relevant data. Like, you need to actually face something that's going, like, toe-to-toe and is beating you in the face to see if you could even remotely have a ghost of a chance to fight back. So I picked the completely wrong deck for that type of data because it's just like, oh yeah, I can mill out decks that aren't doing anything. Well, duh, no wonder. Do I have a good matchup into this? I might. Can you take such a deck? Yes, I could just play any OTK deck, period. There's only 50, like, bajillion of them. How goes the testing? I'm just sticking around for the most part. The one thing I really don't like about Ex Machinamon so far is the fact that if you build suboptimal lines and you don't have your DNA, you are just not a good deck. Like, none of your abilities line up at all, and you have to have fully dedicated into one color for one specific Digimon in order for it to function like a normal card. which is actually a lot to ask for. I think, like, its play patterns are good. It has some very fun play patterns, but in terms of execution, being dedicated into one specific color, unless you know you have your DNA to combine everything into one Digimon, then it doesn't matter. Until that point, everything you do very distinctly and strictly matters. And that's the part that, like, I think in the right hands with the better build, it probably will do okay. But from a base, like, casual level, it is not a good casual deck. Do we need... Yeah, we need the level 5. Okay. Who are the big winners so far? Oh, Vortex very easily. Like, Vortex Dramon is absolutely a cracked card. That card's so insane. And then still kind of just figuring out who the other big winners are. I think Puppets is a lot better, for sure. Just because, you know, having double the amount of Liberator cards compared to every other Liberator deck is good by default. This deck is still very much not that great. At least I do not think it is. Do I go up? Like, do I just go up the line here? Because I can move out, Digivolve into Ryutaro. Or use Ryutaro to Digivolve and to... Yeah, I think I do move out. I think I do Punchy Hard. So this Evo's for 2. Oh, I wish I had that. Alright, whatever. We'll use this effect to play out the Ryutaro. Then this gives me 2 evolutions. They're not playing any D-Digivolve, so I think I just do this. Yeah. Oh, I have 3 evolutions. Oopsies. Oh, that's an on-play too. Out of security? That's brutal. Oof. Yeah, I feel like Yuki Heavy is 1 line away from being complete. I mean, they're going to be able to discard their hands down enough to get their effects online. Then they have all of the, like, memory saving in the world right now. But the big problem is they have to delete my Digimon twice. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. And then my counter is just Omnimon X. Like, I just Omnimon X them. I mean, they do have a lot of memory. I'll give them that. So now we get to sit here and see what my opponent's able to do. Yeah, so I could have swung with the Agumon. Yeah, I still pay for the Digivolution here, so it doesn't matter if I swung with the Agumon there or not. So he probably can hit my DP. Hard play. Seems pretty bold. He could... I was gonna say, I think he has to give it to this heavy metal, or to this Digimon. Is heavy metal when digivolving when attacking? No, it's just on play when digivolving. Oh, I guess he could digivolve into a loud and then get the DP boosts. And then I, what, take his turn away? Does he have effects that are happening at the end of the turn? Why'd you do that? Oh, is he gonna digivolve again? Into another heavy? Yeah, so they could easily hit my DPs. Is this during? Yeah, all turns they gain Russian blocker. Okay. So if I do it on the... Oh, he's got Scapegoat. Yeah, so now he scapegoats, kills one of these to keep it around. And then... Do they have anything to do at the end of their turn? End of all turns. Okay, so he could constantly maintain 2 cards in hand. Not having free Evos for dinos is rough? Yeah. I would agree with that. Oh, his Digimon are still huge. So I could hard play this, go to 1, get plus 3,000 in piercing. Oh! I could be pretty clever here. So I think I'm forced to attack here. We'll pop this memory boost. And then this gets me 2 evolutions. So I swing, can digivolve into level 4. Swing, digivolve into a level 5. So, on play when digivolving, if I'm so then return one of the opponent's Digimon to the bottom of the deck. Wait, what? How did that even work? Whatever. I should have just attacked with Omnimon instead of, like, messing around with this. Alright. I had game. I should have just attacked with Omnimon. I don't know why I didn't. I thought I was being cute. What happened? I threw. That's what happened. Probably take out one of these. Yeah, I threw 100%. I should have just attacked with Omnimon and then the game was over. So that's exactly what happened is I threw. I was trying to be cute and clever, and then so the new Dinomon seems very bad. Like, actually very bad. So I'll probably have to swap him for something else. You didn't see EX11 Heavy Metal? Yeah, I feel ya. Yeah, I'll try one more game with the new Dinomon, but I strictly think the old one is better. Like, the old one feels fundamentally better. The new one's, like, cute for wide fields, but I don't know why it was deleting my own Digimon. Like, I'll have to go back and reread the card, but the fact that it can kill my own Digimon is a big no-no. That's like, no, why would I ever waste my time with that card? That seems very bad. Yeah, you have to be careful with the new Tyrannomon or it'll pop itself. That's so dumb. That makes it immediately awful. I thought it was way better than that, but apparently it's just a bad card. Like, I guess if it's, like, literally... I have to reread how it works, but the fact that it can kill your own shit is a huge problem in my perspective. That immediately makes me want to cut the card entirely and just say, fuck it, this card's just better. You want to kill your old Dinomon so you could proc Fortitude? Then that's bad. Then that's legitimately bad. Okay, this is what I do. So I swing, use this effect, Digivolve, use this effect, hard play, use this effect, Digivolve, oh, I don't get... Okay.
Hey, Austin.
What's up?
Joe will probably be here closer. He gave me a call.
It's almost 5 right now.
I know.
Okay. So, what does this card actually read? So, you get to suspend one Digimon, then choose one Digimon from each player with the highest play cost and delete all of the others. Okay. Does this Digivolve for... No. Yeah, so I can't use this mid-attack, which kind of sucks. So I really don't have a good way of passing turn, unfortunate. Now I get one. Which is the best deck? So, like, this card feels like it's supplementary. Like, I need to run 2 of this card, if not 1 of this card. But which deck feels the best that I've tested so far? Zeffica. Zeffica just ignores the majority of the game right now because he's basically, Magnamon X on steroids. So that's so far out of what I have tested, my answer. There's still a lot more I gotta test. I gotta test Strachio. I gotta test Puppets. I gotta test Blue, Aqua. Yeah, it plays a lot like a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. I can attack 5 times, never dies, and it has a billion DP. Yeah. Have I tried bees yet? No, I haven't tried the update to bees. Haha! I avoided getting deleted inadvertently? Oh, that's the end of attack. He gets to play. Okay. Wait, this compares the numbers? I thought it only compares it to itself. Shit. So I'm what? Dead next turn if I don't take care of the board? I'm like one memory off. That's obnoxious. Okay. I think I have time for like maybe one more game. Where is... There you are. Alright. Empire, thank you for the $5 dono. I send a picture of my super rare pulls in the server. Let me take a look. Yeah, I got time for like one more quick game. This is probably okay. Not the greatest hand, but it's good enough. Let's see here. Those are good box toppers. The consistency on them's kind of hilarious. So they're probably seeded then, if I had to take a guess based on that. Omecamons are nice. The Dolphmon's alright. The Metro alt art is good. You got some okay alt arts. The Shoto alt art's pretty good. Galacti, Pyramid, Mestro, Arisa. Not terrible. Shoto. Yuki. There's some good stuff in there. This is a mem setter, right? Yes. Okay. Oh, we're cooking. We just need to see one more card and then we win the game on the spot. If we see the Maruki Monsoon, like in a turn or two, we just automatically win. Yeah, this loud is really good. Yeah, it just compares. So this card hits way above its weight class. So I guess my question, depending on my draw, I could either grip it and rip it this turn, or I might be able to... No, let's go ahead and grip it and rip it. I think it's more fun that way. So -3. Does this have on deletes? No, but we need to get rid of it anyway. And then DNA. -5. We will attack. Into security. I will not use raid. Ooh, that's kind of bad for me. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess that all of that literally didn't even matter. All right. This game's so goofy. There's the Maruki. All right. Oh, the Yuki's insecurity actually might fuck me up here. All right. We'll play it safe. Did he play heavy metal? Of course not. My guy, this is only my third turn. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I needed self-validation. I really needed self-validation. No, of course he didn't play heavy metal. If he played heavy metal, I don't really think the outcome would have been that much different. Cause, like, I did a lot of those actions at the beginning. You were hoping you didn't have the Sylphie to play? Yeah. No, that's fair. I had it. I was just like, okay, we're just gonna grip it and rip it and hope to see the Maruki. So when I hit the tamer out of security and it took away a memory, I was just like, oh, that's not good. And then I'm just like, oh, right, of course, awkward timing between when moving and start of main. Like, that was a big fear that I was literally telling people about, and they're just like, oh, no, it doesn't mean anything. And it's just like, no, it kind of does. When moving is, like, incredibly powerful and people are not understanding how strong of ability that is. Especially since, like, start of main, I'll just gain them 1 memory back. So I basically operated on almost 0 memory that entire turn. What was your opinion of heavy metal? I mean, it's better. It's not good, but it's better. Like, and when I mean not good, I mean not good in the competitive sense. Like, I think he could do a lot of really strong and powerful things, but I think in the current meta game, I don't think he has the power to actually keep up with a lot of the current top decks. I think, like, against, let's just say, whatchamacallit, Zeffica. Like, Zeffica just walks all over you. Like, he just will suspend himself, make himself immune, you can't get rid of him, and he'll slowly chip away at your bodies while also chipping away at your soul. So, like, I think, like, if they turbo into a Zeffica, you, like, heavy metal literally has 0 answers for that. And I think, like, that's unfortunately, like, the gatekeepy effect, where it's just, like, you have to be able to either outspeed or keep up with Zeffica in order to be anywhere remotely near competitively viable, because there's going to be a lot of people playing Zeffica, and Zeffica does hard answer a lot of current things. So, like, during my initial testing, I faced off against, like, a Virus Imperial. I turboed up into Zeffica, and got into the Vortex Dramon, and then they automatically lost on the spot because they literally could not perform their combo. And I feel like there's a lot of decks that are on that same vein where it's just like, yeah, they're really strong and highly powerful, but in the face of, like, if somebody's able to turbo into a Vortex Dramon, there is just fundamentally no way for them to actually win that game. The key is probably full emblems. The key is probably just emblem search. I mean, like, you could set up a wide field and then Zeffica's just going to laugh and then tear it apart because you can't OTK them. Like, and that's the crux of the problem. Like, if somebody were going into that matchup knowing what heavy metal can do, like, heavy metal got a lot better. I'm not saying he didn't get a lot better. He basically went from tier 4 to tier 3. If anything, or, like, he probably was lower on the tier list, to be honest. Like, he was probably a tier 5, tier 6 deck, and he got a power jump so big that he jumped up to, like, just shy of something that I would say is competitively viable. Which, like, I'm not trying to shit on heavy metal. That is a massive power jump. A massive power jump. But I think, like, for where the game currently is competitively, I think heavy metal still kind of just loses to a lot of things. So, like, I think, obviously, it just lost to Maruki Time Stranger. I think he would have a very bad time with Blue Time Stranger as well. I think, like, he probably would have a hard time with Machine Dramon. He probably would have a hard time with Medusa. I definitely can see that because you don't have D-Digivolve to deal with Strachio, and Strachio can just pop your Digimon as you're literally playing them, and then you just can't get rid of their Digimon. You have Black Sabbath to kill Vortex. Yeah, that's, like, your only saving grace. And even then, like, they could still potentially just rebuild and establish a bigger dominance because you have to pay 6 memory for that type of a play. So you spending 6 memory, basically passing a turn for them to already just be at your throats rebuilding, probably isn't necessarily going to win you the game. Is it an out to it? Yes. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying generally there's a lot of things in the current metagame that a deck like Heavy Metal just fundamentally will not be able to deal with. And I think like that's part of the problem, not necessarily with Heavy Metal, just in a general sense where the game is decks like Heavy Metal and fun decks like Heavy just will not be fully competitively viable. They'll be rogue at best, and that's at best. Because I think, like, obviously, Medusa picking out cards from its trash while setting up a big thing is going to be, like, very detrimental to how the deck functions. Then I think that like Time Stranger stuff will just walk all over you, because you won't be able to deal with their Digimon, and then they could stop you from doing your power plays. So I think like Millie as another example, like I don't even think that Heavy Metal will be able to beat Millie once it sets up its Millennium looping. Oh my gosh, I almost never see a Digimon DCGO streamer. Yeah, I'm going to be wrapping things up because I got to go to D&D in a minute. But like, I'm not saying Heavy Metal is like a bad deck. It got a massive power jump, but from a competitive perspective, I do not see why, if I were to take this to like a Nationals, why I would play this over anything else. So like, yeah, that's kind of like my stance on it, and it's just like same with Dinos. Dinos, actually, I gotta edit Dinos because this card is just straight up ass. This card is so bad. It's like it boggled my mind how bad it was. After not quite fully understanding what it does, I thought it basically just blows up the opponent's field outside of their biggest thing. No, it blows up literally everything. It's just awful. It's really bad. But the fact that, like, if I played my deck correctly with Dinos, I don't think that Heavy Metal would have been able to beat even that in those situations. Because I just had Omnimon X to kind of just win you both times. And I just needed to, like, pace myself better in terms of play lines. Because Heavy Metal can't put on enough pressure while staving off said pressure at the same time. Mostly just a few level 5-6 Tamers and Growls. Kind of Consolidation, Vortexmon, essentially slow down rocks and minerals. Yeah, Vortex, if they turbo into a Vortex, rocks and minerals would have a very hard time with it. So, like, Vortex is a very, I don't want to say damaging card, but it's having the Magnamon X approach, where because of his existence, we have to fundamentally change how we approach playing the game again. And that's a change that might not be very kind to the vast majority of decks. And I'm saying, like, okay, so you have a good, let's just say you have a good Vortex matchup, but you're really bad into everything else. That doesn't necessarily bode well for your deck specifically just because you have a tech card to be able to handle it. Like, you can't tech for everything, and there's still stuff that's better than Vortex, is kind of like where I'm getting at. Dynamon feels like it's a worse 3 dragon mode. Kind of, yeah. What and who is like Magnamon X? Vortextramon. So Vortextramon is like Magnamon X in terms of what he's currently doing and what he represents in the meta. Because when Magnamon X initially came out in BT16, he was probably the best card with a lot of protections. So you just turbo into him, and then he just slowly beats you down with multi-attacks, and then has constant high DP and immunity. Well, that's literally exactly the same thing that Vortextramon is doing, is I'm going to turbo up into him, I'm going to start beating you down, I have multi-attacks with high DP, also high levels of immunity, so there's limited amounts of answers to a card like Vortextramon. So he's very akin to what Magnamon X from BT16 was doing, and that's kind of like the big crux of where the meta dynamic is going to shift, is just the existence of this deck, depending on how wide it's played, can keep a larger majority of the entire game down because they don't have the answers to be able to deal with something like this. And if his play rate is high enough and people see that he's winning, then people are going to play him more, and it's like a more self-fulfilling prophecy, and then we're going to have to adapt even harder to this card, which a lot of decks just, again, don't have, so they just are rendered unplayable. Honestly, Vortex is better outside of Green Liberator. I could see that. Like, Vortex being just a highly generic card for any deck that can Digivolve off green is really good. He's a lot more defensive than Magnamon X, at least. Magnamon X was also highly defensive. Like, they're both highly defensive. Like, that's why I'm saying they're very similar cards in terms of their overall scope and design. Is like, if anything, Vortex is more defensive because he actually deletes things off the field, where Magnamon X doesn't. Magnamon X was just this omnipresent threat that you just couldn't deal with, so you had to figure out play lines around him. And Vortex is just way harder to deal with. But Magnamon X was broken in vaccines, not armor. Vortex Warriors kind of is a meme. No, Vortex Warriors is definitely no longer a meme. Vortex Warriors, because of this card, is something to definitely be respecting. And again, it has to go with the overall strength and power of what Vortex Dramon is doing. I'm loving Green Rangers. It's kind of weird, jank. Yeah, Green Rangers is fun. And Magnamon X was only broken because of its speed, but right now, Vortex has that same speed. Like, they could get up into a Vortex Dramon as early as turn 2 if they want. Is that going to be winning the game on the spot, like Maruki OTK as an example? No, but they could very easily, with the right hand, get up into a Vortex Dramon, and the amount of memory they give the opponent just fundamentally won't matter at times. Vortex is more controlling because it could delete bodies. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's making it harder for the opponents to deal with, where Magnamon X just sat there and looked pretty. So I think, like, this is definitely going to be a very interesting era of Digimon, because we're going back to, like, BT16 vibes, and people did not like BT16 vibes very much. Yeah, he's strong in his own, and that's part of the compounding issue, is, like, how can we turbo into this card and then fundamentally change how we play the game? Yeah, he also can block twice and delete the opponent's Digimon. So. But yeah. And I'm not trying to say, like, this deck is bad per se. It definitely feels like it got a lot better and a lot stronger after seeing it in action. But compared to, like, where the rest of the game is, it's still not quite there yet. It's still not strong enough. And that's, like, the sentiment with a lot of Liberator decks, is, like, some of them just are not that strong. I think I gave this deck a lot more credit than it was worth. We'll see how things play out, is kind of just where I'm going to have to leave things. I think it has a lot, you think Metal has a lot going for it? I mean, purple is, like, one of the most broken colors, but obviously we're going to start adapting to that, because a lot of, like, decks already play Digimon by effects, and we're trying to counter that as hard as we humanly possibly can. So if we're already playing counters to your deck for better decks, that's not making your deck better in, like, any stretch of the word. It's just like, oh, if I play red deck and I Medusa you at the right time with a Crimson Blaze on top of that, you're not coming back from that, point blank and simple. And we're already playing that type of stuff to counter other better decks. Yeah, red kind of trash hate now, which is very strong, and this deck's already a pretty strong deck. Like, this is already a strong deck that just got stronger. So, I don't know. But obviously, EX11 just started. We're obviously going to be seeing results from Nationals this weekend. So that's going to be really exciting to see how BT24 ended up developing, even though we had one tournament for that one. And then we're going to obviously see where EX11 falls, because I think Nat's format is EX11. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see. I feel like I can consistently do one heavy metal, one EX, one loud every turn. Yeah, I mean, but like, there's a lot of decks that could just dismantle board states. Like, it's not very difficult, especially like black. I think like if you were to go up against like rocks and minerals, I think like heavy metal just has a very hard time with rocks and minerals. Because you go up your line, you do your thing, I dismantle it once, and then you kind of just automatically lose the game because I'm going to reverse OTK you, and I can take away all of your defensive play lines. So, yeah, that's kind of where, like, matchups and what's being played and what's currently good, that's all, like, going to be in flux right now. And that's why, like, I'm not, like, rating a lot of the Liberator decks super high, is because some of them got a power bump, but it's power bump to be rogue at best. And like, there's still a lot of like hyper strong, highly competitive decks, but we're not going to have any data to back up anything. So I could be completely wrong and off base on that. Currently Nats is not EX11. Yeah, Nats is going to be BT24, and then Worlds is EX11. And then the new season starts, and it's going to be BT25. So we're going to have like next to no data for pretty much anything for the next 5 months. Or I guess like next 2 months. So, all right. I think that's going to be a good place to stop. So I have a D&D game to go to and dinner to eat. So I want to, like, again, I'm not trying to shit on anyone's favorite deck. It's just from a competitive mindset based on what I've seen and experimented with, which obviously is bound to change because we just started EX11. I'm not trying to shit on anyone's favorite deck. I'm just trying to understand what each of them are doing, their strengths, their weaknesses, and where they currently fall in my head based on what I currently can observe are some of the better decks in the game. So take that for what you will as a grain of salt. I'm not trying to like hate or hose on anyone. I'm more of a realistic person to a fault, and sometimes I'm wrong. So that is just a distinct possibility. So again, I don't want to come across like I'm shitting on your favorite, like anyone's favorite deck, because I do that with a lot of decks. I've done it with Lucamon for a long time. So like, again, it's not to disparage anyone. It's just like, okay, let's be real here type of a thing. Or at least like we can have a better discussion once we have better data is probably a good way to put it. But yeah, so thank you everyone for coming out and watching. I hope you can catch the VODs of Nationals, so that way you could see what's going on there. And I hope everyone has a wonderful Valentine's Day and rest of their day. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time.